No, you're not deaf.
You can cost yourself a lot of money by not paying attention to this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I muted the panel. You didn't want to hear Paul masticating. What's it? Masticating or something on mic?
Chewing.
Masticating.
There's Paul masticating on camera again.
Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, there he goes.
Oh, good God.
Well, I suppose, I could have sort of late 11s. 20 past 11, yeah, that classes as 11s.
Ooh, I didn't know we were live.
We are now.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear.
We could continue talking about taxes, but I think the peanuts would get a bit bored of talking
Vroom
about
Fondle's
taxes.
had a guess, and I can tell you now, Vroom Fondle, you're wrong.
Well, we haven't even got a clue. Have we got a clue?
I have no clue.
You've got no clue?
Don't think Paul's put up a clue yet.
So we've got a
I
Von
think
or a
he's too busy
Van
stuffing his
or
face, to be honest.
So it's Von or Van? Olaf? Enough letters?
This is one of those that I did know. Ah, there we go.
There we go. Was the man who invented the vacuum pump, pioneered the concept of absolute vacuum of space, measured the weight of air, and used air to make weather forecasts. His vacuum pump famously created such an impressive vacuum between two metal hemispheres that 60... Oh, we actually did this a long, long time ago.
I think we might well have done.
Yeah, I remember the two metal spheres between two horses thing.
Yes.
Now, you want me to remember his name?
Yes.
No.
I know that might be asking a lot.
Yeah. We've got an Otto, we've got an Olaf.
If you can spell his surname right, you're doing well.
Okay. We've got Graffen, we've got Von, Grismark. Enough letters, no?
Grismark. Is that a combination of the Griswold and Grismark?
Oh, that's no names, guess.
Yeah.
They named a boat after him.
The Otto.
The Otto.
Yeah, it's not Bismarck because that starts with a B. So just trying to change Bismarck to something that starts with
Grismark. Yeah.
Grismark.
Grismark.
Like I say, it's a combination of a famous admiral and a National Lampoon.
Otto Van Gastric. I don't think that's enough letters, is it?
Oh yes, invented the band. Yeah. Otto Van Googleplex. Yeah, slightly too many letters there.
Stevie B is the one who's got it.
Yes.
Well done, Stevie.
Well done. Otto von Guericke.
You can collect your prize on the way out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know how you got that name. No name. What happens if you cross if you send the Griswolds on a vacation with Admiral Bismarck? Well done, Stevie B. Your first win. There you go.
Well played. Well played.
Yeah.
And your prize is a week's vacation with yourself in the destination of your choice.
Yeah.
As long as it's your house.
Paid for by you.
Yeah. Well, that's an all-expense paid holiday.
Yeah. You can have a week inside your own head. How does that sound?
I've been inside my head. It's a scary place.
Well, why do you think flat earthers are always so angry? All they get is an echo.
Yeah, they even
Hello,
sometimes even
hello.
think they're arguing with themselves and tell themselves to shut up.
Yeah, yeah. That's only English translators living in Japan. And not translators, teachers, English teachers. I can't believe he teaches kids. Wonder how many of them laugh at him behind his back in Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh God! Do you know, I'm just starting to read the biography of that chap.
Yeah, he had some crazy ideas too.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at all the bloody place names because it's all Polish, isn't it?
It's not a lot to read, but it should be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, he did have some funny ideas as well, though. But oh
There
my
is another
Lord.
link there, but I don't know what that one. There wasn't a lot to
Well, the other one
follow.
that's got lots of sort of sound files and videos
Yeah,
and
it
yeah.
didn't. Yeah, I couldn't find a lot on him in one bit.
No. No, but an appeal to Poland. Can you use a few more vowels, please? And can you go easy on the Z? You use the Z too many bloody times.
And we buy a vowel. But it could be worse. They could be Welsh.
Oh, why's that then? Oh, there's lovely. Yeah, the Welsh.
Aye, that's lush. That is.
I used to work with a Welshman.
When did Blue put the clue Eve's answer in the journal? I didn't check that. That was at 9:22. I'm just checking the times.
Oh yeah, they put that in there 4 minutes ago.
Okay.
I didn't even notice that because
Stevie B was 9:22 as well.
yeah,
Oh, that's a tie. Going by the times.
is that a tie? They have to fight for it.
Yep. Stevie B and Blue.
That's why they're called tie fighters.
Oh, I think
First
Stevie
blood.
beat me.
You think Stevie B might have beat you by a hair?
Yeah, I think so. We'll give it to Stevie.
That's fair. No,
Hey,
it's not
Phil.
3:26 a.m. Don't be absurd.
3:26 a.m. What?
So little Wolf says no, it's 3:26 a.m. No, it's not. It's 11:27 a.m.
No,
Honestly,
you're on the west coast of somewhere. 'Cause that's not East Coast time. That's for sure.
not sure what coast that is. What's a coast?
Well, it's not East Coast. And it's not Greenwich.
It's that little thing you put your drinks on, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's a-
yeah. I've got one here. Look, that's what my now broken mug is.
Looks like we all
'cause it's got
survived McToon's double feature. No, I didn't even get to see that.
I haven't had time. I've been busy doing too many other things this morning.
We can play 5 minutes of it if anyone knows a good spot to play it from.
So I even abandoned watching Where's Wally's latest video.
Ah,
Well, it's a tad longer than his usual ones. It's not quite as concise. And considering who it's about and what it contains, I got about halfway through and thought, oh, bollocks to this. I can't do this anymore.
wait a minute. No name's 5:27. Oh, you're an hour. You mid. Is that mountain time or mid?
It's the prof. Hello, prof.
That's not east. That's an
No, it's
hour
in-
off East Coast.
Didn't
How
know
many time zones you got over there, Blue?
4 usually.
Because no name's 5:27, and it's 6:27 East Coast.
And there's a 427 in the mountains and a 327 on the west coast.
Hmm.
And then you move out to Alaska and Hawaii, which would be like 127, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, no name said it's swamp time.
Swamp time.
Oh, Phil's thinking of retiring.
Well, I mean, if you're in the position to do so,
Yeah.
and you think you can cope with the boredom,
Yeah, I thought that, Wolf. You're on California West Coast time.
More time to spend with us.
yeah,
Yeah, Phil. You wouldn't be
more
teaching
time to
any
drive
kids.
yourself mad arguing with idiots.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah, no, not us. The
Oh,
idiots.
right. Other idiots.
Yeah, the other idiots.
So I love this about time zones because we've got the first one and we've only got one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we're ready for our story time. Going by all that.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
In Bandcamp?
Are you sitting comfortably? Then we'll begin.
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Is that big enough?
Program we used to have over
Me?
here called Jackanory, and the best one was Christopher Walken reading Three Little Pigs.
No, I can't go that big.
No, the best story time ever
I
is
have a phone call.
Samuel L. Jackson reading Go the F to Sleep.
To keep your mid active or your mind active? You're good at math, but you're not good at spelling. Might have to do some English classes too, Phil. John Hurt, the storyteller. Now I think we can speak his name, Strzelecki. I'll get it right sooner or later.
Yeah, but the place names are going to be fun.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I started reading that and thought,
and I know I'm going to end up with the first paragraph because it's not a lot to read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 9 paragraphs. I'll read the first.
the first 4 words.
The first 4 words.
So Paul Edmund Duh.
Yeah. I'll read a couple of paragraphs. So Paul Edmund D. Strzelecki, 1797 to 1893, explorer and scientist, was born on the 20th July 1797 at Glazina near Poznan, Western Poland, as a child of Francis Strzelecki and Anna Nee
Brzezinski.
I couldn't be bothered. That name. Both Polish noblemen, Lacta, leasing Glazinia estate. As Poznan was then under Prussian control, he was a Prussian citizen. He left school without matriculating, spent a short time in the Prussian army, and left Poznan after an alleged attempt to elope with a young neighbour, Adina Turner, to whom he wrote for many years. He may have visited the mines in Saxony and Mount Vesuvius in Italy, whence he returned to Poland. He became a successful plenipotentiary of Prince.
Plenipotentiary.
Yeah, that's him. of Prince Francis Sophia's estates, who bequeathed him an equivalent of £25,000. After the prince died, Strzelecki and Eustace, Sophia's son, had a bitter dispute. In an out-of-court settlement, Strzelecki received approximately 1/4 of the bequeathed amount. He left Poland around 1830. There is some evidence that he served as a courier for the 1830 insurrection.
Terry,
Yeah.
the chat's asking if you could share with them too.
Yes, I can't see it.
You sure?
Yep.
Hang on, let me do a refresh. I think we've got. Yeah, I think it's seized.
You mean they'd let me read that whole bit without sharing? Oh, Jumfondel said it too.
Yeah, we just weren't paying attention.
I'll share it to you guys.
Oh yeah, I know because I have my
peanuts
Zoom
are more-
meeting.
Yeah, the peanuts
There
are
we
more
go.
important. I'm not
have
reading
my
that
Zoom
whole
meeting
paragraph
over
again,
the-
peanuts.
Oh come on, you've had practice.
No, I'm not reading that all again. No
Oh,
way.
maybe.
Okay. Yeah, now you see. Yeah, I thought you'd be able to see it. He had no formal training in geology, a science then in its infancy in England, but was probably, like his English contemporaries, self-taught. He was referred to as Count Strzelecki, though he never signed himself as a count nor approved of the title. In 1834 he left for North America, where he travelled widely, analysing soil, examining minerals, traditional claims. He discovered copper in Canada, and visiting farms to study soil conservation and to analyse the gluten content of wheat. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
In South America in 1836 he visited the most important mineral areas, and he went up the west coast from Chile to California. During this time he became a strong opponent of the slave trade. Ooh.
Good man.
Yep.
Oh. Go scroll down. There we go. As a guest in HMS Fly, he visited a number of Pacific islands. In Hawaii he climbed Kilauea.
Kilauea.
Kilauea. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to pronounce that right, was I? In the Marquesas Islands, he studied native languages, though it is not probable that, as H. Bartel Freire claims, Strzelecki...
Frere, as in Frere Jacques.
No, Frere Jacques, okay. Strzelecki introduced the jury system to Tahiti. In 1839 he was the guest of James Busby in New Zealand and reached Sydney in April, with letters of introduction to Governor Gipps, who treated him with some reserve, and to P. King and Stuart Donaldson, who became his close friends.
Who's up next?
Either you or Farmer.
Hey, I'm easy, whichever. You fancy a crack, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah, go for it.
For the team.
Oh, of course.
In August 1839, he told Adina Turno that he planned a geological survey of the country, and in December, after a visit to the Bathurst-Wellington district, stated to the geologists W.B. Clark and J.D. Downer that the local mineralogy was very tame, a surprising statement in the light of later events. The fieldwork for his geological map took him in zigzags across New South Wales and to the Australian Alps, where alone he ascended what he considered the highest peak, calling it after the Polish democratic leader Tadeusz Kosciuszko. Thank you very much. Thence he and his party travelled through Gippsland, partially crossed previously by Macmillan, and arrived at Western Port weary and starving. Strzelecki then went to Van Diemen's Land, where he became a close friend of the Franklins and did important work as explorer, geologist, and scientific farmer. And like the earlier Lotski, made analysis of coal deposits. He left Sydney for Singapore in April 1843, reached London in October, and found most of his private means lost in a French bank failure. I don't trust the French.
Yeah.
He invested what remained in an annuity and seems to have found work. He lived as a well-to-do man.
I do like that phrase, well-to-do.
Yes.
So when you seen the word Kosciuszko, didn't you think to just pronounce it as Kosciuszko?
No, I'm not that fluent in Polish, unfortunately.
Okay.
In 1845, he became a British subject and published in London his physical description of New South Wales and Van Diemen's Land, for which he received the Founders Medal of the Royal Geographical Society. The book laid the basis of Australian paleontology. Strzelecki thought it would be an important aid to the immigration of capital and men. In 1847 to 48, he was in charge of distributing in parts of Ireland famine relief funds collected by the British Relief Association and did outstanding work. Some of the principles of relief he laid down have become standard procedure. In recognition of his work, he was commended by both Houses of Parliament and appointed a CB. What the hell's a CB?
Trying to remember what that actually stands
Is
for.
that something like Crown Barrister or?
It's a CB is a companion, and it's part of the Order of the Bath. So you could be a knight commander, a dame commander, a companion. So the CB is companion of the Bath.
Companion of the Bath.
Yes, no, it's got nothing to do with bathing. Well, it originally it had, but not by the time they were handing these awards out. It's just a
Right.
I prefer to think it means clever bastard.
Yep, that works for me. It seems to be.
Yeah.
On you go, farmers.
Right. The discovery of payable gold by Hargraves and others started Strzelecki on a long struggle, ably supported by friends in Sydney, to prove his own priority of claim. After publication of his Gold and Silver, London 1856, his scientific priority was acknowledged. McBrien's discovery was probably still unknown, but no credit was given to Lotski, who in 1834, before Strzelecki had left England, had gold extracted from his specimens in Sydney.
He got ripped.
Yeah, he did. In his last years, he interested himself in emigration to Australia. After the Crimean War, he visited Russia with Lord Lyon. His honours included fellowships of the Royal Geographical and Royal Societies, an honorary DCL, got no idea, from Oxford, and through Gladstone, the KCMG. He died of cancer in October 1873, leaving a will which ordered the destruction of his papers and the burial of his body in an unmarked grave. Bizarre. This took place in the Church of England section of Kensal Green Cemetery. In 1997, his grave was moved to Poland, where, in recognition of his achievements, he was buried in the crypt of eminent Poles at the Church of St. Adalbert, followed by, I think somebody sneezed when they typed that.
DCL is what was it? Doctor of Civil Law. There you go.
Right. I can't remember what the KCMG is.
1997. Geez, that's only recent, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's not that. Yeah. Considering when he died, yeah, in 1873. So it's over 100 years. Strzelecki was a complex character. He was energetic and ambitious, a capable and thorough scientist, an excellent administrator, a man with a gift for friendship, but resentful of injury and not quick to forgive those, like his sister, who he thought had treated him badly. Had he wished, he might have reached a high position in Australia, as Lord John Russell believed, but had apparently antagonised Gipps. He was deeply disappointed when W.B. Clarke was commissioned a survey for minerals in 1851. His work brought him success and praise. Identification of himself with the country of his adoption brought him lasting satisfaction. although his renunciation of marriage and the loss of his early faith are perhaps reflected in the pessimistic terms of his will. Geographic features commemorating him include the Strzelecki Desert and the 475-kilometre Strzelecki Track, linking Lyndhurst and Inaminka.
Inaminka.
That's one of those times it does pronounce as it reads. In South Australia's far north, pioneered in 1871.
Yeah, Australian naming can be a little bit weird, but most of the time it's just pronounce it how it looks.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't complain because some of the place names we've got over here just throw people right off. We do seem to have far too many letters in it, and we just seem to skip over them.
Again,
Like,
Wales.
Oh, it's a shame Alan's not here because just ask him about some of the place names in Norfolk. Blimey. You look at it and think, that's not how you pronounce that. Yeah, it is.
Leslie's photograph.
Yeah, looks a decent sort of fella, I guess.
Any other interesting facts? In April 1839, Strzelecki landed in Australia where he would spend 4 years exploring, mapping and making a name for himself. He covered over 7,000 miles of New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania on foot with the help of Aboriginal guides. Strzelecki entered new territories with permission from the Aboriginal people and never by force. Gold, the Gross River and the Blue Mountains. Shortly after arriving in Sydney, Strzelecki met Governor George Gipps. It was a meeting that would initiate a 3-month journey across the Gross River through the Blue Mountains. He discovered gold and silver in the area of Bathurst, but Governor Gipps was fearful that a gold rush could turn violent. So he asked Strzelecki to conceal his findings. Because of this delay, Strzelecki's claim to the discovery of gold would later be contested. Ooh, that makes things interesting. The print's very faint for me on my side. In 1840, Strzelecki, with a team of explorers and Aboriginal guides, ventured into the Snowy Mountains, where they identified Australia's highest mainland point. He became the first European to take the summit. He named the mountain Mount Kosciuszko, after the Polish-Lithuanian military leader and freedom fighter Tadeusz Kozłowski. Whatever. Okay. Mount Kosciuszko, 2,228 metres. And don't ask me what that is in feet. I've got no idea.
Several.
Okay.
Probably getting on 7,000 feet, I think.
Yeah. Wish there was an easy way to convert it, like, yeah. The team then travelled through eastern Victoria in the area he dubbed Gippsland, which is today still that name, for the governor. Mount Kosciuszko brought Strzelecki fame, but Gippsland offered him notoriety, as Gippsland was ripe for farming and immigration. Strzelecki's most famous expedition almost ended in tragedy after passing the Latrobe River. The party had to abandon everything and return to Melbourne. They were able to survive with scarce food for nearly 3 weeks thanks to the Aboriginal guides, Charlie, Tara and Jackie. He later organised...
I just want to know...
I'm nearly finished. He later organised expeditions of Liverpool Plains, Newcastle and Port Stephens.
I just want to know, when they reached Melbourne, did they go into a proper quarantine?
No.
Oh, damn.
What's it? Roomfindle said there's a fetish equals metres divided by 3-ish.
I did actually. I actually checked, and it's 7,300 feet.
3.281.
Yeah, it's just over 3 feet to the meter. So if you times by 3 and you know, massage it a bit.
Precisely 3.281. I do it all the time.
What, in your head?
There's approximately 10 feet to 3 meters. I know that much.
Yeah, that's about right.
So if I times that by 3, that's close enough.
It's 3 and a bit. So I looked at that and thought, well, it's about 7,000 feet. It turns out it's 7,300.
Okay, that's close enough.
Yeah.
Irrigation and coal in Tasmania. Strzelecki spent his last 2 years in Australia and Tasmania. He climbed the highest peak of Flinders Island and established a laboratory in Launceston in May 1840. He discovered coal in northern Tasmania and also became friends with Governor Sir John Franklin. Strzelecki helped Franklin plan irrigation channels for the agricultural areas hit by drought. They established the Tasmanian Society of Natural Sciences and the Tasmanian Journal. Any more? How much more we got here? This seems to have a little bit. It's got bits and pieces. That's the Tasmanian one. What's this one? The publication that shaped Southeast Australia. In April 1843, a 45-year-old Strzelecki left Australia to return to London. On his way to London, he visited Bali, Singapore, Hong Kong and Cairo. Back in England, he became a British citizen and published Physical Description of New South Wales and Van Diemen's Land. It was the first detailed scientific book about Australia. Okay. He also published the first map of Gippsland, as well as the first geographical map of Eastern Australia and Tasmania. His publication and maps helped open Victoria for agriculture and immigration. For this, the Royal Geographical Society awarded him the Gold Founders Medal. Later in life, he would also be knighted by the Queen Victoria for this work. Innovative humanitarianism in Ireland. Meanwhile, in the 1840s, the Whig Party wasn't taking action regarding the European potato blight. The situation was escalating, leading to the disaster of the Great Famine in Ireland. Hundreds of thousands died of starvation and disease, while hundreds of thousands more fleeing the country. So there was a potato thing back then. I remember that. I mean, I don't remember it.
Yeah, the Great Famine.
Yeah.
One wonders if the Russians were running out of vodka at the time.
Yeah, you don't remember it, Terry. You know of it.
Yeah, that's it. I remember reading about it.
Yeah.
I know. I was thinking I shouldn't have said that.
And the Whigs, the Whig Party was one of the forerunners of what we now call the Conservatives.
It's nothing to do with the silly powdered wigs then.
No. The British Relief.
No,
They didn't just spell it wrong.
It's a short form of a term, Whigamore, which was used by people in the north of England to refer to cattle drivers from Scotland.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
The British Relief Association appoints Strzelecki. A group of English bankers formed a famine relief fund called the British Relief Association. They appointed Strzelecki as the main agent and placed him in charge of the distribution of supplies in Western Ireland. When he arrived in January 1847, he was horrified by the humanitarianism crisis he witnessed. Paul Edmund D. Strzelecki, humanitarian deeds at the... Oh, that's just what that is. I can't watch that. So he did a lot of work in what we've read so far. Aid arrives at schools and revolutionises relief plans. Before Strzelecki's plan, aid was handed out in public spaces. Children were often overpowered in the chaos of the starving riot, grabbing for pieces of food. Strzelecki made this observation and developed a groundbreaking relief plan. He would give the starving children food rations directly through the schools. Strzelecki's plan fed the children, gave them clothing, and provided hygienic supplies. Despite contracting typhoid while in Ireland, Strzelecki dedicated himself to hunger relief. It's estimated that at the peak of the program, around 200,000 children were being fed. The lasting impact of Strzelecki...
He survived typhoid.
Yeah, but he died of cancer.
Blimey.
The lasting impact of Strzelecki's plan. But Strzelecki's plan was not only fed and clothed children, it also kept children in schools. It allowed parents to get back on their feet, and it kept families out of the infamous disease-ridden workhouses. Strzelecki also helped impoverished Irish families seek new lives in Australia. All these videos we can't watch. Strzelecki orders the destruction of his life work. Yeah, we already know about that. Yeah, I think it's just in conclusions the same. So does it say where that plaque is? It just says just says memorial plaque, doesn't say where it is.
Yep.
Wow. That's it for me. I'm not reading anymore. I mean, I can't read anymore.
I think we've done him justice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Apparently that plaque is in Dublin.
Oh. Paul, isn't it time for you to go in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Pan down a little bit first.
Can you bugger off so we can look at the tits? It's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, that's basically what Terry's
Pretty
saying.
much, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's either that or you dropped your pen on the floor. Where is he? Can't hide.
Oh, there we go. That's what the KCMG is. It's the Knight Commander of the Most Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George. Which title should be called Sir.
And try not to repeat the video of Lindsay's tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not like last time.
The Knights of the Unnecessarily Long Name.
These bright lights are just holograms. That's a week ago.
If they just shortened it down a bit, they could have just called themselves the Knights of Ni.
So we had Professor Dave doesn't understand.
No, it's the monks who go
right?
Ni. Thank you.
Aspects of the flat Earth model. The globe Earth comedy.
What flat Earth model? No such thing.
The globe Earth comedy. See description. Aspects of the flat Earth model. The Great Deception.
There ain't no such animal.
Is our flat. That's a week ago. That's 5 minutes, that one.
Are you choosing a Lindsay, Terry?
Yeah, trying to.
I'd recommend.
He's only doing it to tease me.
I'd recommend The Hidden Secret of Our Flat Earth's Magnetic Field. He actually tells you what condition, what disease, what illness he has.
Really?
You find out what's wrong with Lindsay in that video.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Yeah, and it doesn't seem to matter because he's made a few after that as well, so I don't think we're going to fall behind. Well, we've got the. Well, we'll do a double. We'll do the 5 minute one because he's showing some bright lights. So I'll grab that. And then we got the hidden secret, our flat Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, which is full of absolute crap dirt.
Well, yeah.
But you actually find out what's wrong with Lindsay. Yeah.
Okay.
What, you mean there is actually a medical term for it?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
Is this a medical term we might find in the DCM?
I'm not sure. Let me look it up.
Okay. There you want that. Who's that behind Paul? Inspiration for Lindsay's videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a hologram. Hologram in the fishbowl. The light source is above. Notice how the
That is
light in
not
the
a hologram.
background moves as the camera moves. It'll go to the left and the light will go to the right. Yet the light's not moving, is it? Only the camera is moving.
I don't know what you're looking at, Lindsay. The reflection on the wall or whatever, or the light above there. There's lights everywhere.
Now that's a hologram with the light from above.
Hey?
But that's not the image we get on Earth. The image on Earth will be this image back up in here. We see over the back there. And if we turn the light at the top, see this circular motion. You'll get in the concave sky in the southern hemisphere. But up north, you look just straight up. You'll be this light source is being projected straight up. That's how it all works.
Yeah, but we're seeing the whole sky covered with
Concave,
stars, Lindsay, not just
southern
one
sky.
spot, like a
Creates this image.
spotlight.
Look at the hologram down there. Not too difficult to show how you get holograms. Just suspended in midair. All the stars in our sky just sitting up there in the moisture-filled atmosphere. Sitting there like that. But moving because the vortex in the central north is moving. 15 degrees per hour, projecting its frequencies out into our physical realm, around the sphere, around the dome, I should say. Around our arc of horizon, actually. Everything's projected down onto our individual arcs of horizon.
He's showing an effect, but not the.
What have we got? Just got a bowl sitting on top with some lights in it.
Oh, so he was lying about it being a hologram.
Fishbowl,
Yeah.
spray painted black on the outside, keeping the clear acrylic on the inside for the sheen.
Oh,
It's
so
the sheen
the hologram
that creates the holograms.
Is it the glass? That's the bowl at the top.
What have we got? Just got a bowl sitting on top with some lights in it.
So where's the hologram?
What have we got? Just got a bowl sitting on top with some lights in it.
So the sphere that he's got it sitting on top of, not a dome, but a sphere, looks to be partially darkened. So you can see reflections inside it.
Yeah. But it's inside it, inside the one underneath.
Yep. Showing that it's not.
What have we got?
Yeah, yeah, there we go.
Because it's not a dome.
Just got a bowl.
That's a bowl. Yeah, it's a round. It's a round object.
Yep.
Were we seeing inside that round thing? That's going by that image there.
But that looks nothing like his boobs model. I mean, his half toroidal model.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's showing an effect, but he's not.
Which looks nothing
What have we
like
got?
what we see in reality, of course.
Yeah,
The
well,
bolt sitting on top.
But if that were the case, if it was all about reflections or refraction, we should be able to find a mapping between the northern stars and the southern stars, and there's no such mapping.
Well, he does say that the northern rotation's a mirror image of the southern, but that's not how it works.
Which is complete nonsense because the southern stars are different from the northern stars.
Yeah, well, he doesn't say.
Yeah.
He doesn't explain that one.
Because he can't.
Top with some lights on it.
He also doesn't know what a hologram is.
No.
No.
Fishbowl, spray painted black on the outside, keeping the clear acrylic on the inside for the sheen. It's the sheen that creates the holograms. This is
Not a
what the
hologram.
oceans and the lakes help
Oh dear.
the celestial bodies appear in the sky. It's a reflection of the ocean as well, the sheen from the ocean and lakes. Because when I put a sheet of paper at the bottom of this fishbowl, either black or white, I lose the hologram. So you need the sheen on the bottom as well, and we get the sheen from the ocean.
You never had a
Like they say,
hologram,
as above, so
Lindsay.
below. Look at the stars, you get the star projections down on the ocean. I suppose if you're flying a Cessna on a beautiful night, not too high, I suppose you see all the stars glistening on the ocean.
You won't get a
Cool.
hologram that way, you fuck knuckle.
No. Of course, you're going to get light reflecting off a surface that's darkened on the outside and reflective on the inside.
They use the
This
word
isn't a flat-
hologram like a magic term. Magic,
Right.
hologram to them means it's a magic explanation for anything. So if we can't explain it, we'll just use the word hologram, and that apparently explains it.
Well, apparently the sky's a hologram, according to some of them.
I suppose the moon may as well be too, or the sun.
Yeah.
No, it's just the light in the sky, you know that.
Yeah, just a hologram. I've never been sunburnt off a hologram before.
Flat Earth model though. Flat Earth model is basically this fishbowl, but a vortex in the centre, a hyperboloid, or just the vortex in the centre. We can't get the you won't get the hyperboloid in there, but just a spiralling vortex, cone shaped in the centre, turning. It
It's funny
reflects all the
how he
images
had
out
to
and
use a
around the bowl.
sphere to show that.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
And just like that, he's gone.
Yeah, did his memory
Oh.
fill up?
I wish.
His memory card filled up too quick.
Well, you know, holograms are complex things, after all.
This one I have
Oh.
to prepare.
What am I doing?
Oh,
Get
I've
over
got
there.
my oven mitts ready.
Got the wrong thing. There we go.
I've got the oven mitts on. I'm ready, Terry.
You got
Base pump protection engaged.
better check for Lindsay speed. There we go. Push your monitors to the next room and grab your.
I'll just pop across to the next county.
Yes, that might be a safer place.
Yeah.
And wear boxing gloves. I think oven mitts are not good enough.
Okay.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to Flat Earth Philosophy, where everything's flat Earth. Today the video is mainly about a new man that's come onto the scene, a Professor Nigel Cheese. His videos are currently being shown on APM Research, MPV Angel. I know a few of you subscribers have subscribed to their channel. Now, he's basically describing everything I've been talking about when it comes to this free energy and magnetism. How we're getting we're going to get the free energy out of the EMF. No mechanical parts. The free energy is in the EMF, the two magnetic fields coming together.
What?
Yeah.
That's not what EMF is, Lindsay.
FPV, they were poo-pooing my work initially, but I see a lot of their videos are concentrating on this, concerning the central system. And so I'm just going to expand on this in this video. So there's a few things to go over, but just before I get going, I'll just run over a couple of things I've mentioned in my previous videos. And that is, we were talking about, Eratosthenes, relative to Earth's circumference and all that. How we discussed that Cyan and Alexandria aren't on the same longitude. There's longitude. Finding a point on there.
That's not longitude, Lindsay.
There's a longitude, but you're on these longitudes. Coming out this will be on a latitude, but okay. So Cyan and Alexandria
not
on this
cyan.
angle, and he's given you the whole experiment was on shadowing on the angle. So straight off, they're trying to tell you they measured the circumference of Earth by measuring across the ball this way. If you're going to make up a story properly, if you ever got a brain, you would basically go around that way or over this way. But not. Why would you go? It's not even an angle. Here's an angle. What would you measure this way for? There's no reason. It's just more of the con, more of the total garbage. And because you're going on this angle, you've taken the declination of the sun, which is up and down in the season, which is different every day, slightly, as it goes up and down the seasonal changes, and you've taken the shadow of the sun coming around from the east. So it's taken two shadows. It would be totally different the next day or so, a couple of days later, because of the...
So is he geometry challenged to know how you measure a circle by doing angles?
Oh, absolutely. He's implying there that you actually get two shadows.
How do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a weird one.
You need another light source.
I know.
Where do we get that from, Lindsay? I only see one.
Declination in the sun. That's not how you do an experiment like this. It's total garbage.
Okay, how do you measure the shape
offset.
of the angle of a sphere?
What do I mean by that?
Lindsay?
Offset.
Angles on a sphere.
Offset. What would be that angle? So that's garbage. Now, and the zodiac sign, the sun, how it turns. The sun is offset. There's the centre of the black hole. This represents the cross. It's turning every day, right? Going through the seasons. As it turns, as it's turning every day, it's also going up in declination and down. That's the seasonal change. The 23.5 degree tilt, 23.5 degree tilt upwards. Black hole is the end of creation. We'll talk about that when we come
what's
into
tilting?
Nigel's
The sun's
work
tilting.
Measured Earth or the angle. That was the angle we talked about over there. Declination
Is
change.
he saying the sun's tilting or his vortex is tilting?
Okay.
When he said the angles. I couldn't figure that bit out.
Okay, so what is the video? I didn't even write the video down. I thought I did. One second.
Oh dear.
we need interlude music.
No, I've got another one of his videos on TV at the moment. Well, it's the first one they put up. No, didn't write it down. There's a few of his videos now showing on PBA Angel. Now, what's Nigel? Nigel doesn't understand the flat Earth. He doesn't know the flat Earth model. If he watched my information, he'd start to click because he's a wise man. He's got an IQ of 207. We're similar because he's got Asperger's and I've been told I've got egg burgers. There's some comparison there, apparently.
Egg
So-
burgers.
So there you go.
This is
What
how
do
it
you got,
shows
egg burgers?
isn't it?
Pause it, Terry.
Yeah. Egg burgers. Asperger's egg burgers.
So he's got egg. So he's got egg burgers, whatever that is.
I'd have to Google that one.
Is that
It's some
something
food
you can get
stuff.
from McDonald's? An egg burger.
Egg burger, yeah. Don't they call it a bacon and egg McMuffin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's getting muddled up, bless him.
Yeah, I think we need a citation for that one, Lindsay. What it is?
If you understood the flat earth model, you'd probably go with what I'm going to show you. So you've got a full magnetic field here, and one there, and one there, that loops around upon itself, and one here. So there's 4 magnetic fields. And he
What?
says, and he's saying, these are of the same.
What for magnetic field now?
And what I've been showing, the magnetic field comes up here, down here, through the ground, up here, down there, through the ground, and up through here again.
No.
Basically 4.
I still can't figure out how can you have a magnetic field that has a circuit.
Crosses over itself like that. No.
Yeah, it has a
doesn't
circuit.
happen.
Yeah. It
No.
has pole. I know it has poles, but it doesn't have a circuit.
Yeah,
If
you
you want
don't. So if you've got two magnetic fields that are going in, if you've got two magnetic fields that are going in opposite directions, you do the vector sum of them, and you get a resultant magnetic field. You don't get two magnetic field lines that cross, unless you're like talking about the sun and magnetic reconnection and stuff like that. But no.
Draw it. So the magnetic field goes like this. So there's two to start with.
No.
That just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, I
It's
challenge him to find any object with a magnetic field of that shape.
Yeah. And especially if he's drawn it on, like he's
Yeah.
drawn it 2D, but in a landscape view or whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't make, yeah.
But then you've got this. This comes to 4.
He's
These two are of the same. you
making
see.
it up as he goes along.
I thought it only had the one in the middle.
Yeah.
Where did you get the extra one?
Because these are
Oh no, that is it's the cut across view. Don't forget, across the centre. Yeah.
both north,
Yeah.
and these are both south out here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So we got.
That's if you want to draw it that way. But at the end of the day, he knows
No,
it's
it's
all
not
about ring
4. But
magnets.
the south's all one south. It goes all the way around. So it would be the north then, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay, I'm confused.
And then when he draws his magnetic field, he sort of draws it like curving, looping around itself. Something like that, I can't quite remember. And the other one comes out, loops around, goes down and back out like this. Around itself and goes back out like that, something like that. But he's describing
wow.
the system we have, where it comes out from the south, is the equator around there, say. Get another pen. So that's the equator. Because it's coming around like that, going down under the ground, looping around, back out, somewhere out here, but then coming back in. But you're getting this. This is the cardanoid look. We're getting.
You mean
This is
cardioid?
hard to explain.
Yeah.
But at the
No,
same
no,
time,
he means cardanoid, whatever the hell that is.
Cardinoid, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
cardanoid.
this sort of look.
That's a Lindsay term.
It's sort of like the.
It must be a like
On a
his
small
equation
scale.
for physics
I'll show you the drawing
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
and the elliptic.
Yeah.
You see this? It comes out. It comes out above ground, hits the tropics, go down below ground, below, around, loops, comes out above ground, down to the tropics, underground, to come back out here again. And this is always turning. It's always moving. So you can imagine this, when this gets all the way around to here, you're going to have this leaf formation. Understand?
Oh my god!
So if you've seen any of Ken Wheeler's magnetic film videos, you'll understand what's going on here. But another way is to see it like
magnetic
this.
Festa. Oh
yeah,
my god.
Uncle Fester.
But it basically works like this. And that comes back to this model again. You see it's coming over. Whoops. Where are we?
Oh, look, he's got his hemorrhoid cushion.
Where it comes over, goes down there, underneath, comes back to the centre. Then comes out over again to go back down, come back again. And it's on these curves.
No.
It's all curving like this.
No.
See? Which drives it all west. It's always driving, it's always moving. The magnetic field moving like this. Basically it's spiralling in. It all spirals into the centre. Then you have the other field that spirals out from the centre. Okay? It's just the way it works. And if you watch Nigel's videos, you understand that's how he's describing it all.
Oh.
I've never seen on that styrofoam thing how he's got it drawn with the wires not crossing each other. The way he's got it wrapped around.
And I love his explanation for like how it all works. Like, and that's just the way it works.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Fine.
Wow.
Oh, that's
No?
cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That
Just
explains
works.
everything, right?
Yeah, it does.
You just know how it operates. Then you can make predictions from that, and you know,
Well,
Yeah.
that's just the way it works. I'm sorry.
yeah,
That's just
yeah.
it.
But he needs to understand how the flat earth works.
Because it does.
And when he talks about the driving force here, how it was curving, he goes and references it. References it with that is the equator, with a ball. And it's all, he draws it like this, so it's arrows, it's spinning the ball. They've all been deceived. It's the magnetic field moving within the system here, in this field here, moving like this, or moving.
How does that explain
Around,
how compasses
down.
work, Lindsay?
Goes around, back out. Probably not quite right these curves here, but in this view here, out like this. You need to put your head to it. Okay, well that's one thing.
None of this makes the slightest sense at all.
The infinity symbol.
Of course it doesn't.
Talking about the infinity symbol.
Well, you sure
Yeah.
you don't want to watch all the rest of his episodes, Monk, just to see if you can work it out?
The infinity symbol. Where's my rag? Get rid of that.
Yeah, rub it all out, Lindsay. Start again.
The infinity symbol, right? Which is basically what you're getting in here.
Right? Where? Well, if you draw it, it's
Coming
true.
in and out of here like this sort of thing, And you're getting them all the way around like this. It's just the way it works all the way around the earth like this. You're getting the petal look in here. What was he saying here? 360 degrees. So I go 360 degrees here, 360, 360. But then he's drawn this other fields out here, 360, 360. So he just must be just working on these, the way that works like that. So it all comes to 1440. It's a magical number in religion, isn't it? The Bible and stuff, 1440.
The number of minutes in a day.
Wow, I've got all the times there, but didn't even mention the movie. I'll put a link up after this on my site. 415. Well, 415, we're talking about these shapes here, what he's talking about here. 435, loops, double loop, and opposite. Double loops, opposite. Because you've got to realise we've got a negative and a positive. So it's going positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. That's basically the sine wave.
Lindsay, magnetic fields don't have positives and negatives. They have north and south, not positive and negative.
Yeah. Yes, Phil.
This is definitely a Billy Madison moment.
Yeah.
You want us to answer that question, Phil? Do you think his train of thought is leading to some sort of conclusion he thinks logical? I don't think I've done that.
710, he starts referring to the anomaly of travelling south as it expands, but you have to go deep when he starts thinking about that, about pi being greater than infinity symbol, but that's deep. 1055, the sine wave, positive, negative. 1120, where the energy comes from, centre north. So he's talking about all the centre north stuff, centre of the magnet. 0, stationary body at the centre of the magnet. Centre of the magnetic field, stationary body in here. That's where Earth comes from. It's written. Earth is from the hole. That's all you need to say. Fixed and stationary. And he
Where does it
mentions
say
this
the
about the
Earth
centre of the
comes from a
magnets,
hole?
ring magnets. Fixed and stationary body. Black hole. He's standing there holding it. 1839, 80 minutes 39, the Holy Grail. He mentions the Holy Grail. What have I been talking about? What do I call this? It is actually the Holy Grail. When you look up what it all means. The word, it's just right.
Oh,
So,
no.
now, and hang on, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Holy Grail supposed to be the cup that Jesus drank from at the Last
Yeah.
Supper?
The Last Supper, yeah.
That doesn't look anything at
No.
all like a cup.
Nah. It's not a container, that's for sure.
Write that one down. Let's go there. What have we got? Not the right information I brought in, but I've got some photos here online. Grail. You look up the etymology of grail.
Nothing you
Probably comes
ever
from the Latin
brought
word
in was the right
gradale,
information.
which refers to a deep platter that foods were served on at medieval banquets. Now, you've seen platters come in that look like that, haven't you? They come in looking like that.
Oh, no.
Throughout the years, the grail has
Oh my
been
God.
described as a dish,
It's a
caburium,
bunt cake,
chalice,
you idiot.
platter, a goblet, and even a stone. What's in the centre? The Ben stone, Mount Meru, the pineal gland, and we've got here a goblet or a deep cup. Right in the centre is the deep cup. And the story came out of the Vatican of 2 cups, one upside down, one this way, one upside down. So you can imagine that. Looking at a slice, profile through there, you get an upside down cup and an internal.
No, Lindsay.
Up the right way cup. Then you
think
start
it's a bit
looking
of
at these other words that
stretch,
come from Grail, like gradual, late Middle English from medieval Latin, gradulus, from Latin gradulus, step, stepping.
No.
Steps are
He's
here to make
desperately
the,
trying to find a way
Where's
to.
the step? Yeah, he
the
tries to
planes of the vortex.
he tries to correlate
basically
correlate his bullshit with
to
some
give
more
you the
bullshit.
declination and the seasonal changes, or you could talk about isotropic, where the field steps down, back up again, it changes, isotropic. The original sense of the adjective was arranged in degrees. Degrees, well, we've got circles, haven't we? Degrees, the noun refers to the altar, steps in a church, because all this relates back to church and religion.
Pause.
Do I have to?
Can
Yeah, I know
anybody-
we have to.
Can anybody explain to me what they think he means by isotropic?
No, I have no idea what he thinks isotropic means, but it obviously doesn't mean what we think it means.
What we think it means.
No.
You keep using that word.
Yeah. And I love the way he says that degrees. Well, we've got circles, haven't we?
And what was that nonsense with the 360 degrees 4 times on his clover leaf? I'm not. I can't even.
What? You're not convinced?
And Phil's even
I'm convinced of something.
Phil's even confused. He said, "Did he say greater than infinity for pi, or did he say pi's infinite number, or did he say greater?"
I mean, he could have meant greater in a qualitative way. It's better than infinity. I don't know. Who knows what's going through his alleged brain?
Yeah, the concept of pi. I mean, it's obviously not greater than infinity. I mean, it's a finite number, but it has an infinite number of decimal places. I guess is what they confuse with infinity. You know, that it's an infinitely repeating. It's not repeating. It's an infinite decimal. It doesn't repeat.
It's irrational.
So yeah, it's an irrational number. Yeah.
And irrational is a really good way to think about Lindsay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rational unit, definitely.
All divinity is related to religions. That's where everything comes from. It's the secrets that we don't understand, the hidden. Gradient mid-19th century from grade on the pattern of salient. Takes you into salient, the word salient. And then the salient.
Oh,
It was used in Middle English as an adjective meaning leaping, skipping, the meaning pointing outward. Pointing outward, everything comes out from the centre. Reserved to military usage in the 1890s, that of prominent striking, first recorded 1840, from salient point, which refers to the heart of an embryo. Embryo is funny because the egg, there's a cosmic egg up in here, the sun sits off centre, which gives it that elliptic look, where all the scientists think everything's elongated up there, only because the sun is offset. Sun offset, there's the centre.
How the hell did he get that definition of
Black
gradient?
hole here, and put the head, the
He read it off his phone.
yoke, is it? Offset.
But it comes from the Latin,
It
gradient.
seems to lead to translated Latin punctum saliens,
To walk.
going back to Aristotle's writings, hence the starting point.
No, he's reading it off his phone.
Starting
so it
point
must
of
be true.
anything. It all began from the centre. That's all I had on that. What else we got here? 20 minutes. Magnetic field. Magnetic fields. Not sure in particular, but you check out my videos. 20, 30 minutes. Squeeze point, where the sun is created. The squeeze point in here. In the squeeze point in the centre there. Where all the energy is.
Don't put your finger in there.
Sun declination and or between the two sky rotations, north and south. Now this is mind blowing, this one.
I bet.
This is where he's talking about the free energy.
No,
Too
okay.
late. That already happened, Lindsay.
My model. See, my model
here we go.
is
Friggin'
the southern
free
field and
energy.
northern field.
God damn it.
And it shoots out to the tropics, passes down through there, and this comes to the tropics. And I've been saying all along in the videos that these must be the same. North and south must be the same. And the opposite is the tropics, where they race to meet the tropics. But it sort of made sense because you've got the ice there, you've got the ice there. They're both high pressure and there's the low pressure, so you'd think they would be the same. But just you know the compass, they both pointed down at the Arctics, up at the tropics. So that led me to believe that that's what they are. But this is what Nigel's saying. He's used the magnet here, magnet here. He's got south on this side, south on this side. Then he's got north on this side, north on this side. Now because you've got north here, this is south, south all the way to there, to the nail. He's got a nail here and a magnet. Say magnet, just a bar magnet, say. Okay? So north is shooting to here, and that south is shooting to south. But there's the gap. That's the tropical gap. That's the gap you get in induction motors and all sorts of things.
Did he just draw south and north in the middle where his finger is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that
Oh
it.
my god.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
That's where you get the EMF. And what I've been saying in my videos,
No.
that's where the free energy's coming
No.
from. What's he do? He connects.
Lindsay. Jesus. That's not EMF, you dipshit.
Oh my god.
A
Uh-huh.
LED.
I'll be okay. Go ahead.
He's feeding
Okay.
the energy to this LED to give energy.
You need to borrow Paul's.
Oh my god,
boxing glove.
no. Just
Free.
no.
Call it energy. Energy. Free energy. He's taken this
Oh.
side off to an earth. He's taken this side off to an earth. There's no power.
Well, what's
There's
that gonna do?
just power in there.
No, Lindsay. You can't ground magnetic fields, Lindsay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This is how the turbo encabulator really works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Just make sure you ground those magnets, blokes, because like if you don't ground those magnets,
Yeah. Have all sorts of trouble.
man.
So if I bury me speaker, will it work better?
If you ground it,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you always ground your speaker.
yeah.
Magnetic fields, the EMF. There's all the energy in here. But in my system, what this EMF comes out of the tropics. And here, let me draw a picture. I
Yeah,
can just do it here.
draw another picture.
I don't know where else. The magnetic field comes up,
Yeah.
it's there and goes down
Goes
through the
down.
ground.
And through
Then
the
it comes up here,
and
goes
then
down.
down.
shoots the opposite
Through the
direction, and goes
ground.
that way.
It goes to
Now
the
the
ground
field's
again.
coming up here, we're showing, down here with the nails. And you got the field coming here. And you've got the gap. But what's happening? The magnetic field is in the wind. We've told this in ancient texts. The wind is hot and, high and low pressure. So the low pressure, we'll call it low or high, whatever, is the opposite. It gets to here, and because it's got
So every time I pass wind, I create a magnetic field.
I guarantee you there isn't an ancient text on the planet that says the magnetic field is in the wind.
Yeah.
No,
Nowhere.
of course it's not.
No, as we all know, it's
Because
the
they
answer.
didn't know about magnetic fields.
His theory's just blowing in the wind.
Oh man, he's excelling himself this episode.
opposite pressure going this way, this gets pulled towards this way. So this magnetic field is getting pulled down into the earth. And what have I been saying all along?
What's pulling it?
Earth is the capacitor. It's being pulled into the earth and then gets released back up in the Arctics again. It keeps a perpetual
By
motion.
magnetic.
The EMF here,
Magnetic fields
This
don't
creates
move
the-
like that.
the full motion. And this is what
Static.
Nigel's telling us. He's described the whole thing. He's just slightly off with his design because he doesn't know the flat earth model.
And of course,
But
we
it all
should
makes
take
sense.
the name Nigel Cheese seriously, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we should take that seriously.
Because, you know, it's all recycling, and you've seen my video for the sun is up here, but we see the sun in this zone here.
So the sun's over there, but it's over there. But you don't see that
But
sun
it's over there, but we see it
but
over
you
here.
don't see it over there. But so
Oh, don't you
it's
know,
over here.
Jerry? I mean, that's because it's a parabolic image, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
sorry.
it seems like he's implying that something to do with the magnetic field is twisting the visual, twisting the light from the sun. The problem
No,
with
it's
that being
projected. It's projected
light
onto the
doesn't-
parabolic image.
So why is it appearing in the middle of his apparent? I can't.
It's
I just can't.
It's
Yeah.
projected.
The reason why you guys are having so much trouble is because you're not using the word hologram.
Yes,
Ah,
Monk. Go back.
Yeah. I mean, all you've got to do is say it's a hologram, and that explains everything.
Yes.
is that a similar principle to monorail?
We'll get Monk caught
Yeah.
up sooner or later.
We're letting Lindsay win here.
Yes.
He's got us to the point of actually trying to figure out what in the fuck he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not. I've come to the conclusion that there is only one possible response to Lindsay. Well, there's a class of responses that all basically come down to that's not how that works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right at the moment, why? But the way you describe it is why we're seeing it here, even though we're seeing it in our own arc of horizons. It's all down in our arc of horizon. But
Wait a minute. How can it be down
You
in
see
your arc
it,
of
but-
horizon when it's up there? No, there's what, 3 suns?
That's just the way it works.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's just
Yeah.
the way it works.
No, that's not how that works.
I mean, if this is a model expounded by this Nigel Cheese bloke, it all sounds a bit cheesy to me.
Yeah.
No, Nigel Cheese, from what he just said, is not a flat earther, and that's why he's right, but he's wrong, or something. That if he only understood the flat Earth model, he would be right.
I understand
Even though
why we're
he's
seeing it
already
here now, but I forget I haven't put in this video. haven't thought about it too much. But, the sun is not an object. I want someone to get out there and take a photo of the sun and show me the solar flares or all the bullshit they're talking about. If there's anything at all, it's a focal point, a manifestation. It's not an object. How can you have? They're trying to make out as a big fiery ball with this freaking fiery stuff coming off it. It's 100% bullshit. If there's any anomalies on the circumference of the sun, it'll be atmosphere, due to atmosphere. Okay.
The atmosphere. What?
So
Our
this we got here.
atmosphere.
26 minutes 48.
Apparently.
Joule forces and the shape of the magnetic flux. Yeah. He even showed the shape. Where's my rank?
I think we just did a processor reset right there.
Yeah.
Where's the rank?
Either that or he had a mini orgasm.
Oh yeah,
showed
that was
the
a hard
magnetic
reset.
Flux
There we
like
go.
this. He didn't go like that. No, it's like this. Because it's sort of like this. He even drew this.
Oh,
He just needs to know that the
Okay.
ring magnet is the...
That's
Oh, yes. That's
That's
a
it.
classic ending.
Yes, that's
That's
it.
the classic Lindsay ending.
Yeah.
I wonder how long he goes on after the damn camera shuts off.
No, you probably
Yeah.
went
Probably
away.
an hour or so.
Yeah. Another hour.
Really, I wonder how long it takes him to notice his camera's off.
Yeah. Then he'd be talking to
Whew.
himself again. Time
Where's
to go
Alan?
Time to go to the kitchen, Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, I better shut all that off. Just duck over to. Oh, where are we?
I would just like to point everybody to my current avatar,
Yes.
Mm.
which is taken through a Celestron telescope with a solar filter.
Ah, yeah, but it's only like that because that's our atmosphere you're looking through.
Perhaps this one will be more convincing to my reaction to Lindsay.
Yep.
In fact, I went through a few iterations of that one because, let's face it, I had plenty of time to facepalm the crap out of myself while I was listening to that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That is the
And my
ultimate
personal
case.
favorite.
Absolutely.
Tactical face.
Sometimes a regular facepalm just doesn't cut it.
Okay.
No, this is true.
Well, your minds need reviving after Lindsay, right?
Yep. Most definitely.
And then after that, we've got some more text to read. It's a bit small for me, but it looks like Sleeping Warrior had a conversation with somebody.
Well, that's bound to be nonsense.
Yep. Of course it is.
Mr. 42. What? I don't know. You have to go to Discord and read what Mr. 42 wrote. But if he's watching, he must be lurking out there.
Yeah. Okay. You ready for a quiz?
Hang on. Let's just circle this and circle that for a bit.
Alan didn't give me his reason for not being here tonight. I haven't got any.
Has he
messages.
has he not bought a letter from his mother?
No, I haven't got a letter from his mum.
He hasn't got a note from his mum.
That's
No.
He
terrible.
was clearly just avoiding me.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah.
He knew you were going to turn up out of the blue.
As usual.
All right, tonight's
Right then.
quiz. Tonight's quiz is not the usual hard quiz again. Give you a bit more relief from that.
Yay.
It's
Yay!
about music. Yay!
Oh, that's right.
So-
Music. I remember you said. the other
Yeah,
day,
music, lyrics. So what you've got to do tonight is you've got to tell me which song and which band or which group or which artist.
Right.
Okay, so you get the lyric, and if you can't get it from that, you get a picture, and you've got to tell me the song and the artist. Okay.
This could be
So
interesting.
you're all ready for that? You're all in the right chat? Yep.
Yes, Otto.
All right. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Is that
I was
the
going to
right
say
one?
that's
That's not the right one.
that was Saturday.
That was Saturdays. That was Saturdays.
Yes,
Let's
because
get
I
the
remember
right-
that being the
let's get
first
right one
question.
up. Let's get the right one up. Okay. It is.
Dora and John are already guessing the first one. And then Dora
Oh,
goes
Fleetwood
gone with
Mac.
the wind.
Okay. No,
Doris
no.
says 1 through 60, Fleetwood Mac, that song. Right, well,
Yes.
that covers it then.
Okay. Dora wins the
Right.
quiz. That's it.
Well, that ZZ Top
let's-
song.
Yeah. And
Get
it's
the
not Bohemian
internal chat up
Rhapsody.
again and go to share screen, and hopefully I've got the right one this time. Okay. Share. Okay. So hopefully this is the right one this time.
Right. Let's see.
All right. Yes, this is the right one. So, which song and which artist? Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. What are these lyrics from?
I know the melody.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking of it. The words.
That is right, Farmer's Boy. You've got it 100%.
Do we get a point for each?
Yeah, if you want to.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Right brand, Vroom Fondle. Not the right song.
And I don't know this because of the execrable program that it featured in.
You're right, Monk. You got the right song, but not the band. Not Sonny and Cher, not Uptown Girl, not Too Much Fabric. Or was Too Much Fabric a comment referring to the title page?
Yes.
Not Uptown Girl, Billy Joel. No, not
No.
Sonny and Cher. It is Journey. But which song? Peanuts. Farmer's Boy has got it. And E-Monk has got it. Now that he knows it's Journey. Yep.
Oh, come on. I posted that ages ago.
Yep, you did. Not Midnight Train. Peanuts. No. Come on, Peanuts.
Come on,
don't
this song
know?
had a major revival a few years back
Yep.
because of the program it featured in.
Well, they're just not getting it, so we'll give it to them. It's Don't Stop Believin' by Journey.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Second one. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I've got the month of May.
Oh,
This is an
Christ.
easy one for you.
Well,
But I want the original artist.
Ooh.
that's the song.
That's the song, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah.
Now I'm desperately trying to remember
Oh,
who
boy.
did it first. Yeah, I can
Yes.
hear him. I can hear him singing
Yeah.
it, but
Yeah.
mm,
Not Louis Armstrong. You're right, Little Wolf. The song is My Girl, as Farmer's Boy has already got, but now we need the artist.
I just can't remember who bloody
Who
sang it.
is the artist?
It's not really
Which
my sort of
group?
music, I have to admit.
Yeah, it's a group.
Hmm.
It's an old one.
It's something
Oh.
that Satan might do to you. That is correct, Monk. Yes. That is correct.
It's probably going to be my last correct
Riley's
one.
Nemesis. And John Rapp has got it right. My Girl by The Temptations.
Yes,
Yes.
Temptations.
The Temptations.
I could hear it in
My
my head,
Girl.
but I just couldn't
Yeah.
quite get there.
Yeah. Number 3. And so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. The song's pretty easy, but who was the artist?
Song's easy,
That is-
yes.
That is the correct song, Monk. Yep. That is correct,
I can never
Farmer's
remember.
Boy.
Thank you.
Well done. Yeah.
This is why I struggle to remember things, because my head is full of so much useless information that I can remember things like that.
Well, it seems to be pretty useful tonight.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
you've
Ask me
got
what
it.
I did a couple of weeks back. I might
Yeah.
struggle.
And Vroom Fondle has it right with I Will Survive by Gloria Gaynor. Yeah.
What a track.
I just
Yeah.
always remember the Alien video that somebody did with that, the animation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the big disco ball goes.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, I remember that
I
one.
will survive. Splat.
Splat.
Yeah. All right. Friday night, the lights are low, looking for a place to go where they play the right music.
Easy one.
Of course, if you say it a little bit different, Friday night when the lights are low, looking for a place to go.
Anybody who can't get this deserves to be shot.
Yeah, exactly. If you get all these song titles right, your parents brought you up correctly. We're just waiting for the peanuts now.
That's a bit
Granted
of
that they have a delay, so
most of my mates know I'm into rock and heavy metal, and there are a few that you sort of
Yeah.
yeah.
Anybody our age was
I
exposed to
understand.
this constantly for at least a year.
Yeah. Soundtrack from Friday the 13th? No.
I don't really remember the soundtrack to Friday the 13th.
Dancing Queen ABBA. You're right, John.
Hey.
Well done. All right. Yes, it was Dancing Queen from ABBA. All right. What you want, baby, I got it. What you need, do you know I got it? Song and artist.
Well, that's the artist.
No.
No? I think they're the
He
wrong
did a
one. I
version
think
of
they're-
it. He did a version of it, but he wasn't the original one.
Wasn't
No.
he?
No.
Oh. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. I thought he was.
Not Diana Ross and the Supremes. The right song, but that wasn't the original artist. You are correct. Riley's Nemesis.
Don't tell me I'm going to beat Farmers on one.
Quite possibly, but
And E-Monk got it correct too, yes. Who is that person?
oh yeah.
I don't know, but I bet she was great at a spelling bee.
The in-channel chat has nailed it. It is Respect by Aretha Franklin. Yeah.
There you go.
Next
My one
one.
point for the night.
Number 6. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. This is an easy one. One of the most overrated songs there is, I think.
Oh God, what's it bloody called?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. No, it's not how you spell
No,
it.
I've
Hello,
got the,
everybody. Welcome to
the
Blue
title.
Marble
I just
Science.
can't.
That's
Hello,
correct,
everybody.
Farmer's Boy.
It sometimes takes a little while to
Mark, right song, wrong artist.
retrieve it from the memory banks.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Beatles guy, blah.
It was the other one then.
There, that's right. That's right. Yep, that's the right one. Yep. He was the guy with the weird glasses, right?
Well, they're
And
weird.
the weird girlfriend.
They're not weird. No, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably his girlfriend that led to the demise of the Beatles, but you know.
Yeah. It was John Lennon. Imagined by John Lennon.
Let's not point fingers, eh? Okay.
No.
Hey.
No.
Hey.
Of course, if you can't get this one, you've been living under a rock. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
No, it doesn't seem to like that word. That's because I spelt it wrong. Oh, well, never mind. I can't be asked, it'll do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the Peanuts have got it, and the internal chat.
Yeah.
It's Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody.
It's one of those songs whose title doesn't feature in the song whatsoever.
And seems to have no correlation whatsoever with the lyrics. Yeah.
There's an excellent spoof of it online by a bunch of school students doing it to calculus. They call it Calculus Rhapsody. It's actually very, very well done. I'd recommend people go and watch that. Question 8. Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry.
Oh, God, who sung that? We need more rock. We need more rock and heavy metal.
Hey, I know that there's like 3 versions of this, so I have no idea
I can't.
who did it first.
Well.
Oh, okay. In that case, it's not her.
I can't think of that is either.
That is correct, Monk. Peanuts are a bit behind on this one.
Mm.
Seems like we've got them stumped on this one.
Looks like it.
Yeah. Well, we have one from the internal chat who's got it right. It was Ain't No Mountain High Enough by Marvin Gaye. All right, next one. 9. Good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would.
That's annoyingly familiar.
Yeah,
It's just
that's a big note from me.
It's just it's not coming to me. I know it, but I just can't. I can't get it.
Surname relates to a precious gemstone.
No, well, in that case.
Right. Yes. Know the artist. That's why it's taken me a while to. That's the artist, isn't it?
That's the right artist.
I'm trying to remember what the bloody song
What's
is.
the song? That's correct, Monk. Well,
wow.
Might just take the point of the artist and say bugger it.
And if we combine M2M and Room Fondle out in the peanuts, we have a correct answer.
Of course.
Neil Diamond with Sweet Caroline. Yeah.
It's been a while since I've listened to any Neil Diamond, I have to admit.
Yeah, yeah.
I do have his best of somewhere.
Number 10. It's going to take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. Come on, this is an easy one.
Not 100 Men on Mars?
No.
No. Some of the most misheard lyrics in existence, I think.
Yes, that's right, Farmer's Boy. You've got it correct. Yep. Just waiting for the peanuts. I know they're a few seconds behind. But they should get this one fairly easily.
Absolute classic, that song.
Yep. Dora New has nailed it with Toto and Africa. Yeah. All right. 11. Turn Around Bright Eyes. Awful song. I never liked it. But apparently it makes the classics. That is correct, Monk. Well done.
My mother was a huge fan of hers.
Yep. You're right, Farmer's Boy.
So you wrote it if you want.
Not Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Waters.
No.
How do you get that from it? Man.
You could have picked a more difficult lyric, though.
Yeah, I mean, the chap who wrote that died. Was it last year or the year before? Only just recently.
Bonnie Tyler is correct, M2M. Yes. What's the song?
What's Space Matt doing lurking out there?
He's lurking out there. If you look at the lyrics of this song and then look at the lyrics of the most popular and famous Meatloaf songs, you'll see they're written by the same guy.
Yeah. Total Eclipse of the Heart by Bonnie Tyler is correct. Well done.
Total Eclipse.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 12. Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. This is an easy one. Come on. You are right, Terry. But what's the song?
I'm not entirely sure that is the title, but that's what I'm going for.
That's not the title.
Didn't think it was.
No.
Oh, it's yeah.
Riley's Nemesis. Yep, they did it. But I don't think they were the original band. I'm not sure. Yes, they were. They were the original band. Yep.
Can you speak?
You're right, Terry. Tina Turner did a version of it, but that was after this band. Did it.
Oh, are we going for
Yeah.
Okay.
that band then?
That is correct. Yes.
I couldn't be bothered to type it all out.
Yeah. No, I understand what you mean by that. That's good enough for me. Yeah.
Can you translate Space Matt's comment for me, Farmer?
Not very well today and only just got up.
Oh, okay. I thought he said toady.
It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you lazy git. Even if you do feel unwell. Good grief.
Is he calling you Toady?
That's what
Yeah,
I said,
well,
toady.
yeah.
Not very well, toady.
Yeah. Yeah.
I only know the later version, obviously.
Yeah.
The popular one.
M2M, same thing. Ike and Tina did a version of it, but it was originally done by this band.
Now, they're the ones I'm more familiar with.
Yeah.
Oh,
Creedence Clearwater
I
Revival.
know those guys.
Proud
CCR.
Mary. Yeah. CCR. Yeah.
Fortunate Son.
Yep.
Yes.
13. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. Come on, this is an easy one.
I don't know. Is it?
Well, I think that's the song.
Is it?
That is the song.
Oh,
I'm just trying to remember who the bloody hell sang it. No, it's lost in the mists of time.
No, not Mountain High Enough, Terry. That was a previous song we just
Yeah,
had.
we had that.
Yeah, we already had that one. And this song is unfortunately confused with that song from these lyrics quite a lot. But it's not that one. No. You're right, Vroom Fondle. Right song, wrong artist. Even though Lionel Richie did it, he was not the original artist. Who was the original artist?
Not a freaking clue.
You are correct. M2M out in the peanuts. Well done.
yeah, but
Lean on me
Zebulon looks like Zebulon just
Yeah.
beat him.
Yeah. Lean on Me by Bill Withers. Yeah.
Yep, Zebulon 181.
Bill
Yeah.
Withers.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone remembers Bill Withers, don't they? Of course. He says with
Yep,
the
yeah,
sarcastic
absolutely.
voice.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. 14. Now, here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down?
Oh wow.
Oh.
No.
Finally, a question where the answer is what you think it is.
I can hear it in my head, but I can't. Oh. I just can't.
I know it's. I can't remember the name of the goddamn song.
That is the correct band, Monk. Yeah. 14. No, it's not the Police.
Definitely not Police.
Broom Fondle, you're right. It is Fleetwood Mac, and we've got that in the internal too.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the
is-
song.
What is the song? It's from the album Rumours, Vroom Fondle, but what's the actual song?
I just can't remember the title.
Vroom Fondle has it right. It's also known as The Chain, but it's Dreams by Fleetwood Mac. Is the
That's it,
correct
Dreams.
song.
Of course it is.
Dreams.
Yeah, I just couldn't think what the bloody track was.
Yeah. 15. I need a man who'll take a chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. So when the night falls, my lonely heart calls.
Has Blue got any right yet? Or Blue dropped?
Haven't heard from Blue in a bit.
No, I think he dropped.
No, I got
Oh, you
no,
there?
I didn't drop. Yeah, I've gotten plenty of them right.
Ah,
Well, you
yeah.
know more music than what I do, then, Blue.
Farmers Boys.
Unfortunately, I
Boys
think
got
I'm
it.
right.
And
You are. Unfortunately, you are.
Yes.
Yes.
That's not one of my proudest moments.
No, exactly. I know
It
what
could
you
be
mean.
worse. It could be worse.
Yeah.
and by plenty, I think I mean 3, Terry.
I've sort of got
Farmers?
none right.
Yeah. Farmers Boy and Monk are correct. They've got the
Yeah,
right song and the
it's-
right artist. Yeah.
I'm not-
did,
yeah, like I say,
did
I'm not
put the
proud of it.
disclaimer last week.
We're
that
over
I
here.
I didn't
Yeah.
know a lot about music.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
Vroom
and
Fondle's
farmers are
got the right
commiserating
song.
with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's embarrassing,
I know
isn't it,
that
Bug?
Not Celine Dion. The other one.
It goes to show you
The
who
other one.
who sat in their bedroom.
Less French
listening-
Canadian.
It goes to
Yeah,
show you who
yeah.
sat in their bedroom listening to music all the time.
That's correct, Dora. Whitney Houston. Yeah.
While us other people were out in the
Yes.
shed or outside playing.
I've got a radio in the garage. I've got radio in the car. I've got radio in the kitchen.
It was I Want to Dance with Somebody by Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
16. She says, we've got to hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not.
Easy.
Yeah.
Well, it has to be a she then.
I tell you, the
That
album,
is correct.
the year,
That is correct. Yep.
remember it well.
That's
One of
correct,
the-
Farmer's Boy. Yep.
One of the best album titles ever. That was the year I left school.
That's the album, Vroomfondle, but what's the song?
Yes. Brilliant album title, that. Slippery
Yeah.
When Wet.
The only music I grew up listening to was bloody ABBA and a few of those ones. Johnny Farnham.
Well, see, my parents, mother always had the radio on in the kitchen. Dad had always got the radio on out in the barn where his bench was.
Yeah.
We were surrounded by music.
Oh, Bay City
Monk
Rollers
says,
too.
whoa,
Who remembers Bay
lemon
City
and a
Rollers?
pear.
Dipping in the deck chair.
Yeah. That's right. It's Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer.
Slippery When Wet, 1986.
Yeah.
Only their
or
third
as,
album.
Or as Monk says, whoa, lemon and a pear.
Lemon and a pear.
No, Dipping in the deck chair.
It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. Regular crowd shuffles in.
Yes.
God, I heard this one recently.
Yeah, come on. If you don't know this one, you've been hiding under a rock.
Oh,
God, my fingers just suffered complete dyslexia.
I'm getting suffocated from living under this rock.
I bollocks to it. I can't be asked. There you go.
That's correct.
There you go.
Absolutely love that. That's still one of
That's
the
a brilliant, brilliant song.
Oh, it is.
It is.
This rock's getting pretty heavy, you know, Paul.
I'm still waiting for some Metallica.
Play some Metallica.
Or a bit of Motorhead, bit of Foo Fighters, bit of AC/DC, some Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin.
Oh, ask me a Foo Fighters question, please.
Yeah. Billy Joel, Piano Man, was the correct
yes.
answer. Yep.
That's not Billy Joel.
That's
No,
not
no,
Billy Joel.
that's
No,
Vampire
look, I know.
Lestat.
Yeah. 18. The phone rings in the middle of the night. My father yells, "What you going to do with your life?"
The
Crap.
spelling could be interesting
That's
here.
the
I'm not
correct
sure.
song, Monk. That is the correct song and the artist, Farmer's Boy. Well done.
Well, you're now
It
getting.
took me a minute.
You're now getting into when I was a teenager and listening to music
Yep.
even more.
That's right, Monk. That's the right artist. Yep.
Yeah, we've made it to the 80s.
Yay!
18. No, it is not the Beastie Boys. Beastie Boys.
Oh, that is brilliant, Dora.
That couldn't be anywhere further from the truth.
No, it's Anthrax.
No, sleep till bedtime.
Because we're Anthrax. Anyway.
Madonna like a virgin. No. Blink
No.
for the very first time. No, that's not the song.
She'd got
No.
a good memory even then when she sang it. Yeah.
Yeah. Wanna Have Fun is right, but kind of. I'll accept that for the title.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who's the artist? Come on.
Come on, who sang it?
Peanuts. Come on, Peanuts.
To be fair, Madonna and this artist did dress alike on occasion.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, that's true.
Oh, her. I know who
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah, her. Who is her?
Who is her?
Easy.
Who is her?
This is easy. Just like to spell it right.
Yes.
You did spell it right. Yeah. Oh, kind of. Except Dora's. Cindy Laupert. Cindy Lauper. Cindy Lauper. Yeah.
City.
Cindy. 19. Almost Heaven, West Virginia. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Come on, you got to know this one.
I think that's the track.
Yep, that is
Oh,
correct.
come on.
Mark.
Haven't you seen Golden
Yep.
Circle?
But I'm bugging if I can remember
Riley's Nemesis, that is correct.
who
Yes.
sang it. I just can't.
Yep. Come on.
Again, another go with funny glasses.
Yeah. Not John Boy.
Oh, no, hang on. I've got you.
See,
I
got
can
one.
remember who it was.
Was it the funny glasses that helped?
Yeah.
Bob Denver. Bob Denver. How do you
Bob
get
who?
Bob Denver?
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Country
Can he
roads,
fix
country lane. You're right. Country Roads by John
On
Denver.
Denver.
Yeah. 20. Because your friends don't dance.
Oh,
And if they don't
Oh.
dance, well, they're no friends of mine.
now, can I remember who bloody sung it?
Mm.
Because I know the track straight away, and I can almost remember the program that made it very, very famous. But I'm just desperately trying to remember.
That is correct, Monk. Wow. You must
Oh
be
yeah, I
Canadian,
know this song
right?
real well. Oh no, I'm not Canadian, but
No.
Can't remember who sung it. It'll come to me. Maybe. Maybe not.
You're right. No name. It is the safety dance, but
Yes.
who sang it? Who
That's what I
sang
can't
it?
remember.
No, I could never remember that one.
Monk's got it. He knows.
I
Yeah.
can't remember.
Not Depeche Mode. No.
Definitely no. Oh, no, not Depeche Mode.
no.
No.
No. God, who was it?
That guy.
Oh, well, never mind.
The guy with blonde hair with long blonde hair.
Think about the male gender wearing something on their head.
Oh, yeah.
Not
Yeah.
Mike and the Mechanics. Not Mike and the Mechanics. No. Men
Close,
without
John Rapp.
hats. Yeah, men in hats. Close,
Yes.
but not quite.
No,
Opposite of
but
that. Yeah. No, it actually was men without hats.
that's it without
Right.
eyes.
Yeah. Yep.
What was that? That was out of what made that? That was Scrub. Was it Scrubs that made it famous?
Yeah.
Because he kept talking the lyrics, kept speaking them instead of singing them.
Yeah. Here's a classic. 21. I see trees of green, red roses too.
Yeah, that bloke.
Yeah, what bloke?
Yeah, that bloke.
Yeah, which bloke?
That bloke.
Yeah, that's what I'm desperately trying to remember his bloody name now.
Peanuts are right onto this one.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
okay, whatever. Yeah, I was getting there.
Not Beautiful World.
No, I know now. I can see it now. Yeah.
Yeah, E-Monk's got it right. What a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong.
Yeah, I hadn't typed it all out yet.
so much for the 80s. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Let's do
22.
chronological.
yeah.
Ah,
Just like the
jeez.
white-winged dove sings a song. Sounds like she's singing. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. Oh, I think I featured the same band twice.
Trying to remember what the bloody song's called.
It's an oddball one.
Got it in my head. What is it
If you go to the ice wall and go further, you fall off the what, Farmer's Boy?
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct. That's correct, Monk. Yes.
Is
That
it?
is- yeah.
Oh, that's not how you spell it.
It's Stevie Nicks, yes. That is correct, Farmer's Boy. Yes. Not The Edge, no name.
No, he's in U2.
Yeah, nobody knows the song, but it is hauntingly familiar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's hell of a song.
It's a good song. I like
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Oh, she's got a hell of a voice anyway.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
Stevie Nicks with Fleetwood Mac. Edge of what, Peanuts? Edge of?
I'm not totally sure you could get away with a song like that
come
these days.
on. Come on, not Edge of 23. That doesn't make any sense. Not tomorrow. No.
I think that's the answer for the next
No.
question, isn't it?
Not Sphere Edge. Not Sphere Edge. No.
Yes, Sphere,
Not the Edge of Madness. No.
Spheres are famous for having edges, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Edge of Caring? No. Oh, we'll just give it to you. The Edge of 17 by Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, what a track.
Yeah. 23. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green.
Ooh.
Do what, son?
Ooh. That's
Yeah.
vaguely, but
If you were
I
trying to
can't
sing
place
that,
Person
it
that-
didn't quite sound like the.
No. Obviously not. And this would be a person that would do well to be in a GIF behind my avatar.
Well, that's the track.
That is the track. By who?
It's you know,
Yeah.
oh, good grief, senior moment.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, thank you. There we go.
That is correct. Yes.
It just, like I say, it takes a while sometimes.
Well done,
'Cause it-
Riley's Nemesis, E Monk, Farmer's Boy, Zebulon, Vroomfondle. It is Jolene by Dolly Parton.
Really not my
Yes.
sort of music.
No. But it's one of those classics. Yeah, 24. We are young, heartache to heartache. We stand, no promises, no demands.
I know that, but not,
Again, that's the track,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
desperately trying to remember who bloody sings it.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy. That's the track.
Yes. Oh, good grief.
I know it's her. I just
That is correct. You've got the artist. Farmers has got the title. Combine the two and you're correct.
Ah, yeah.
That's
Just had to
correct,
work
Mark.
your way
Yeah.
through the
yes.
possible.
Yeah.
There we go.
And Vroomfondle has got it right out there, and Farmer's Boy eventually too. Yes,
Yeah.
Love is a Battlefield by Pat Benatar. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I was a bit of a fanboy of hers when I was younger.
Yeah.
Yeah. She says I am the one, but the kid is not my son.
no,
Yeah, that's
no. You got it?
well, that's who sang it. I'm just trying to remember what the bloody track's
Yeah,
called.
that's right. That is correct, Monk. Well done.
Oh, yeah.
Right artist, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah, hang on.
Which song?
There you go.
Which song? That is correct. Yes.
It's a long time since I've heard that one as well.
And
Yep.
No Name has it right out in the Peanuts. Yes. Billie Jean.
Funny they kind of
by
stopped playing them
Michael
on
Jackson.
the radio after all of the controversy.
Yeah, funny that, eh?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, don't hear Gary Glitter anymore.
Funny that.
Yeah.
26. She's a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother.
I know the song, but I don't know who sang it.
No, that's escaped me completely.
That's the correct song. You are right with the correct song, though. Yeah. Well done.
That's not ringing.
No,
any bells
I
at
don't
all.
know the artist.
See if the Peanuts know. I'll give you a clue anyway. Do you know who this is?
I can't remember. Recognise the face, but I couldn't tell you who he is.
No Name's got the track, but is that the right artist?
By Rick James. That is correct.
Yeah, No Name. Well done.
Oh,
Yeah, well
Oh,
done.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
not overly familiar with the song.
No.
4 more questions. Me and the boys are playing and we just can't find the sound.
No.
No?
No.
No bells here.
Not
Okay.
not ringing any bells here.
No. Was that Gene Simmons? That was
Oh,
Gene
yeah.
Simmons.
Oh
Come
God,
on,
it's
you've got
them.
you know the band now, but what's the song?
I don't know. I don't listen to them. They're crap.
Yeah, I agree, but
I always
No, they're
thought Gene
rubbish.
Simmons was a better actor than he was a performer, but you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
First Death has got it. It is Kiss with Beth. Yes.
I wouldn't know if I tripped
Okay.
over it.
Pretty sure I've never actually heard that song.
I don't think
Okay.
I don't do Kiss.
Yeah. 28. You put the boom boom into my heart. You send my soul sky high when your lovin' starts.
Oh dear, that's the artist,
That is correct with the artist. Yeah.
and I don't even want to try and think what the title is because if I admit to knowing that, I have. I'll just kill myself now.
Oh my God. Is this? Yeah. Oh God. It is, isn't it?
Okay, let me take a stab at it. Is
It is.
Is that the title?
That is correct, Monk, and that is correct, Farmer's Boy.
I
Well
am so
done.
embarrassed. I will never show my face in public again. Jeez.
I try not to show my face in public, but yeah, I've got more reason now.
Yeah. Oh, that's a little wolf. I thought gas went boom boom. Yeah.
Gas go down,
One's
go boom.
Okay, yes. One's death. John Rapp. He's right. One's death. Yeah. Come on, the internal chat's got this one. What is the name of the song and what is the band?
I like that boom by Jose and the JGs. That's good. God's teeth, look at the state of them. I mean, honestly. Oh, dear.
No name's it's not called Jitterbug, although the word's in the song.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Peanuts.
I think they're all far too ashamed to actually admit to knowing.
Yeah, they're probably too embarrassed to type.
You're probably right.
Yeah. So the song was "Wake Me Up Before You Go Go" by Wham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a load of old shite.
Not
that was.
Bananarama. Yeah.
Hey, it's nothing wrong with
29.
Bananarama.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. Here's an easy one for you. That is correct.
Like I didn't
Oh,
listen to
who's
that
typing
album
so
by
fast?
repeat
Oh, sorry, that was
like
me.
1,000 times.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Now I've just got to
What
think
you
of the
want
name
is
of
the
group.
live version.
Come on, Terry. Come on, Terry. Hurry up. I'll
There's
allow
a
you.
no,
live
it's
version
not
on the
live
album
version.
Hell Freezes Over. That is amazing.
The
Oh,
live
Yeah.
version is brilliant,
Yeah.
but
The-
my
Come
favorite
on,
song
Terry.
off the album is actually Seven
I'm,
Bridges
I'm
Road.
I've got a brain fart on the bloody group.
Just
Meanwhile,
because of the
almost everybody else has typed
harmonies they
it.
do.
Yeah. No,
Sorry,
no,
Terry. I can't wait.
No, you can't wait.
It was Hotel California by the Eagles. Well
Smell
done.
of Queens
And
is
your
rising up through the
last
air.
one. Your last one for this quiz is
Oh.
And I Never Wanted to Be Your Weekend Lover.
Oh, God, that's.
Don't tell me you know it, Farmer.
It rings a bell, but I just can't quite get there. Oh, that's annoying.
That's the best clue I could find.
Okay.
No, I just.
And it is a very
Oh,
good clue.
well,
too.
okay.
It ain't coming.
Come
The
on,
colour
from
and
the
the
clue.
phenomenon
thank you.
are pretty
Yeah.
good. That's a pretty good clue.
It is.
Oh yeah,
now
yeah,
I
yeah. Okay, okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I can type it.
Farmer's Boy's got it as well.
So is
So
that
has
the?
No Name out in the Peanuts. That is correct, Terry.
Okay. Now you want the other bit.
Yeah, but everyone else has got it, Terry. So
Ah, I was typing.
Although Are we supposed to
Yeah.
refer to him as the artist formerly known as?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
what, that's
guess
what I was
so,
confused
yeah.
with the
But you
name.
could just
Yeah.
refer to him as dead.
Yeah.
So the artist formerly known as alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Purple Rain by Prince was the
Yeah.
correct answer. Yeah.
Wow.
And there you go. That is your quiz for tonight.
It was
Well,
a very
thank you
diverse,
very
very
much.
diverse quiz, that one.
Yeah.
I got more than I thought I was ever going to get. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm quite
Of
happy with my
course,
score.
I could have made 100 questions out of that. But, you've got to limit yourself somewhere.
Well,
Well, you can
Yeah.
save some of them for another time, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Although I have to say, it's really not fair to be, quizzing us after Lindsay.
Oh no, that's how it's done.
Yeah, that's right. That's how it's done.
First,
yeah.
we
Screw
destroy
you-
your brain, and then
Yeah.
we test it.
Exactly. Screw your mind up and then ask you lots of questions.
Yeah.
I protest. There was not a single Beach Boys song in that whole damn set.
Yeah, I was
Good
thinking
point,
there wasn't
yeah.
any Monkeys, there wasn't any Beatles, there wasn't any Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no prog rock. There's no heavy metal. No Motorhead.
Yeah, next time
That's it.
something off Dark
Yeah.
Side. Come on.
Yep. There was so much else I could have put in.
Oh,
there.
Yeah.
oh God, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least include a few from the turn of the previous century, so that I've got something I could remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there wasn't any shout waddy.
And I've got a also lodge a complaint. I was fully expecting the entire time to be rickrolled at some point.
Oh yeah, no Rickroll.
It's almost obligatory in a music quiz, isn't it?
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good old Rickroll. Oh dear.
Oh, Pearl Jam. Jeez.
Yeah, no Pearl Jam, no Foos, no. I mean, I'd even settle for Pink.
Gary said, yeah, good morning, Gary. Be sure to watch the video I uploaded yesterday. We'll post the link in the peanuts. Make it easier for us.
How about Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young?
Oh yeah,
Or the Doors? Bit of the okay, the Doors.
Yeah.
we did have a CCR, so we're covered there.
That's true. See, yeah, CCR does. Yeah.
No
So
Pearl
they weren't
Jam,
around for very long, were
No
they?
Megadeth.
CCR. Yeah,
Earth,
no
Wind and
Megadeth.
Fire.
ELO.
Yeah, hello. Geez, we can go right back.
But we had at least one Fleetwood Mac. We had two Fleetwood Macs, technically.
Yeah.
Well, AC/DC, the
Okay.
Angels, and all those ones would have been too easy.
No Moody Blues. No The Angels.
Oh, monkeys.
No, yeah, no
Monkeys.
monkeys. Yeah, there was no monkeys.
No Mamas and the Papas.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The Carpenters.
Yeah.
Peter, Paul, and Mary. I mean, there's lots of stuff that got left out here.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll
Jefferson
we'll get our turn, Blue.
Iron Maiden.
I should do one by decade, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and some of us will just wait until you get the right decade and go, right, I'll play
Oh
this
yeah,
one.
no Al Johnson,
Yeah.
no Bing Crosby, no.
Yeah. And we'll start with the 1860s, right?
Yeah, great.
I
Do you know
stand
how
a
many
chance.
answers you'll get?
I would stand a chance on that one. Yeah.
just I don't know. Put something with Pachelbel's Cannon in it.
Oh,
and,
Andy
you know,
Williams.
We'll have 500 answers.
You got to be more obscure out there, Peanuts. You're still. Oh yeah,
Oh,
no
Gary.
Elvis, no Elvis.
Gary's wondering whether the professor knows how parallax works.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with music, Gary?
Nothing at all.
Is that a band?
I know how parallax works.
Is Parallax a band? Is it? What do they sing, Gary?
Do you know, I wonder if there is
Hermits,
actually.
Hermits. Oh, jeez.
Bound
Bachelor
to be a band
Boys.
called Parallax, surely.
He could, but you wouldn't understand it.
Parallax was the bad guy in one of the Green Lantern movies.
Can somebody review that? I've opened it up, what Gary's put.
Well, there you go.
I don't know.
Parallax
there
was
is-
a metal
there is-
band.
There is
Yeah.
a metal band called Parallax.
Yeah, yeah.
Blackpool Tower. Blackpool Tower? That's so last year, Blackpool Tower.
Oh, I
Are they
don't
still
know.
cracking on about that crap?
Well, because Bev went out and took some photos of it at the weekend from somewhere else.
Did
He
they?
didn't seem to be very keen to tell people where he took the photos from, though.
Well, that doesn't help.
So Ruhif has analysed it instead.
Yeah, I do have a rule if
That'll be the one then, yes.
I've got Math Don't Lie Brian Leakey.
Oh,
That's the only
Gary,
rule.
you're wrong. It's not Parallax.
It does show a Blackpool Tower in it though. That's a rule.
hang on, because I don't know what happened to Ruhif because all of his videos disappeared, didn't they?
I don't know. I've got a rule with here. That was in Sure You Shared.
Yeah, that's the only video that's on his channel.
Okay,
he posted
while,
2
while
days
you're
ago.
sorting all that out, I'll share.
All of his stuff disappeared quite a while back, and I don't think anybody's ever sort of found out why.
What I've got here is a transcript. So whoever's
Oh, this is what Blue posted, wasn't it?
okay. So this is Blue's thing. Okay, it's your thing, Blue.
Yeah, I just posted it for interest. That's all.
Yeah.
It's basically just Riley calling me a fraud, claiming that I somehow the induced a magnet or something into the Cavendish experiment to make the balance move.
What make the lead move with
Sure.
the magnet?
Yeah. Yeah.
I reckon Blue it'd be harder to fake those results by some method than to actually measure the real results, right?
To me, it would be. I don't know what
Yeah.
I would do to
Yeah.
fake it. It would be pretty
Yeah.
difficult, I think.
Yeah.
But that's just typical Riley. He's butthurt at the moment because, he just stays that way. I guess. I don't know.
As long,
But
as,
anyway,
as long as he doesn't call his experiment the Cavendish experiment, that'll be right.
I just thought it was interesting that the guy would be that blatant that he actually would accuse me of after all the hundreds of hours of video that we made of the damn thing that
Yeah.
Sleeping Warrior would actually accuse me of cheating to make that thing do what it did.
Did he give any
I don't think
hypothesis
anybody-
of how a magnet would affect lead or any
No,
other
no,
component?
No, of course not.
Well, I would challenge Riley to build a device and fake it so that it works that way.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Riley. Do it.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Show us how
Yeah.
it was faked, Riley.
I mean, him and his mate supposedly built their own Cavendish experiment, and they just couldn't get it to work. I mean, we all know why.
Yeah, because it wasn't a Cavendish experiment. That's why.
Correct. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, they want to use the fact that they can't make it work to insinuate that nobody else could either. That sort of thinking confuses me.
Yeah.
Riley's failure is in no way indicative of what the rest of the world is capable of.
Yeah.
Okay, got that.
That video from Gary is just him trying to use parallax to explain away the Blackpool Tower, Ranty's Blackpool Tower.
Yeah, because I've just got
When
it frozen at the
parallax
start.
only works
Oh, come on.
for a moving observer.
Gary wouldn't know the difference between parallax and a pair of slacks.
as he's
I'll
titled
play
it,
that one.
just simple, everyday, ordinary parallax perspective. What
Yeah, there's
the
no
chuffing
such-
hell
no such
is
thing.
parallax perspective? Oh, that's right. You've just made it up.
Oh, we're going to have to show the peanuts what it is. Does he talk in it?
I
Would it
don't
make
know.
it any
I think
easier?
it's- I just
Here's why
He does nothing but talk in
Blackpool Tower
Where's
is
Blackpool
just a
Tower?
simple matter of parallax.
that little thing down there.
Where I can barely see it.
Yeah.
We're going to pretend this is Blackpool Tower,
There
this
it is.
little line right here.
Okay, yeah.
Going up. Now, anywhere where the angle from the viewer is within this area, you're going to see the tower over the hilltops. So if you move away and you go further, like this line, going up, the top of the mountains will be seen above Blackpool Tower. It's just that simple. There's nothing complicated about this. It's simple parallax.
Except
Yeah,
that
but
didn't happen.
Randy or
Pause for a moment.
Cats or
Pause for a
Ruby.
moment, Terry. Yeah, but the point is, Gary, that it's the amount of the mountain that you can see that varies, isn't it? All right, it's the amount of the mountain that you can see behind the tower that gives the clue as to the observation. That what you see in your diagram is not what we would see on a curved surface, right, Gary?
It's also not what we see in the observation in Ranty's video.
Oh,
Yeah.
And when you run the numbers and figure out that it should look very, very different if it was just a simple perspective, not parallax, then yeah, it doesn't look right because
also
it's
might-
not on a flat surface.
It also might help if Gary would invest in a ruler and draw the damn thing to scale.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because something don't look right for scale there, for sure.
Everything.
Where he's got all those lines coming out from a single point, what's that supposed to represent?
I think that's supposed to be the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's supposed to. That's his representation of the top of the mountain. But
but
there's no scale on any of this. You can't make any sense out of any of it.
I thought the whole point was that the top of the mountain in the observation is actually below the height, the top of Blackpool Tower.
It is.
It is.
So what is that representing?
So I think looking at the start of this,
Okay.
he's saying that if you're really close to the tower, of course the tower will look higher. But the problem with that is that they weren't really close to it, were they?
No.
No.
They were across
So
Some
he's
miles
saying-
away.
from it.
So he's saying the principle's the same, no matter how you scale it.
Oh,
I didn't understand
Principle
the principle.
is- Gary, the mountain was about 5 times as far away as the tower. You've got it 20 times as far away. You fuckwit.
why scale matters if you're trying to represent it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated anything, Gary. All you've demonstrated is your own inability to understand what's happening.
Good grief.
And all you've drawn there is perspective. It's got nothing to do with parallax.
No.
So you can take that right out.
And he asked the professor if he could explain what parallax was. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is not parallax.
I'm just going to put in a requisition for another dozen irony meters because I just keep breaking all mine.
It sucks when the needle wraps itself around the end stop, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Blimey.
We'll see what else he says.
Or somebody took the camera and just moved further away, Blackpool Tower would drop below the hilltops. If it's anywhere in this vicinity where the angle to the top lines up to the top, anywhere below, anywhere in this little area between, you'll see the tower over the hilltop. Anywhere back further, the tower will be below the hilltops. And of course, if this little observer moves even closer, the tower will appear even higher over the hilltops than it does in Ranty's picture. This is just simple, everyday, ordinary perspective when you take into account how parallax works.
It's got
Prove me
nothing
wrong,
to do with parallax.
Ranty, and Cats, and Ruhi.
Oh,
Gary,
man.
Gary, you need to understand that this has zero to do with parallax. It's pure perspective. And by pure perspective, your inability to even draw this thing to scale shows that you don't understand what's going on.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
have
where were
failed
the
in every conceivable way.
Yeah, I mean, where were the predictions, Gary? According to you, you know how far the mountain is from the tower. You know how tall the mountain is. You know how tall the tower is. So you should be able to predict at what point along the ground the tower appears higher than the mountain or the mountain appears higher than the tower. You should be able to make that prediction and then confirm it according to the actual observation that was made. Why wasn't that done in the video, Gary?
You should also have been able to draw this to scale.
Draw it to
scale. You a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. Draw it to scale, and you will see that the mountain should appear above the top of Blackpool. Not a lot, but it should be above it. It is not. In the photograph, the mountain is substantially below the top of the tower. That is not parallax, Gary. Parallax is trying to read your analog speedometer from the passenger seat. That's parallax, Gary.
Yeah, might help if you understand these terms before you start using them. You wanted to take parallax into account. You look at the tower and the mountain from one point, and then you move one side or the other. That's how you get the displacement that you need in parallax. Moving closer or further away in a straight line isn't going to do it. You have to offset yourself. You have to go one side or the other.
And no, parallax has nothing to do with the tower dropping much quicker than the mountains by moving away.
No.
That's perspective, not parallax.
It's painful.
And as Professor Phil points out very accurately, why is half of the mountain missing from the image?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that, and I can't, the mountain that's directly behind the Blackpool Tower in that photo, whatever one it's called, that's the one, is somewhere in the region of 6 times higher than Blackpool Tower. So if the Earth was flat, you would still see it above Blackpool Tower.
Yep.
And that's obviously not what we see. And I would hasten to add that in the full photo that hasn't got that left-hand side cut off, there's an entire town missing. That's got some huge buildings in it because that's where they house submarines. Barrow in Furness cannot be seen. There is an entire town fucking missing. And that's got nothing to do with perspective or parallax.
Oh, do you want the whole picture? I've got that.
Have you? Oh, that'd be handy. Because
yeah,
it's off to the left-hand side, and I know that town. I've been there. It's not the most glamorous town in the world, I'll readily admit, but
understatement much.
Well, I have over the years we had several holidays in the Lake Districts, and I think our first one there, the nearest town, because we was in the middle of bloody nowhere, the nearest town was Barrow. So we popped into Barrow to sort of do the shopping for the week and get some other bits and bobs. Yes, it's not a very glamorous place, I have to admit. But in the original photograph, you can't see it. And if Fred was here, because he's local there, he'd tell you they've got the submarine pens there. They've got some buildings that I think they build or maintain nuclear submarines in. They're not small. You can't see them. You can't see any of it.
Is that the original picture?
That's the one. Now that left-hand side of where you see the like the fairground ride or whatever it is, that whole left-hand side there. Behind that is Barrow-in-Furness, and you can't see it. And it's got buildings there that would put to shame what you've got in Blackpool there. Because off to that left-hand side, I think that second peak in from the left, if I remember rightly, that's the highest mountain in England. That's Scafell Pike. That's over 6 times taller than Blackpool Tower. Been up it a couple of times. It's very nice.
So moving further
Yes,
away
Gary.
changes the parallax.
Yes, Gary. Changing the distance between the objects will change the picture. We know that, but it didn't change. We know the distances, Gary. Draw the damn thing to scale and make a point. So far, the only points you've made that I can tell is that you're an idiot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wow, there's a lot of really, really big cranes at that shipyard, aren't there?
Yes,
That you can't see in this image.
correct. It's that left-hand side. I think if you could see it, it would be sort of partly behind the very edge of sort of Blackpool there, and off to the left a little bit more. I can't quite remember now, but yeah, there's an entire town there that you can't see because it's hidden by the curve.
Yeah,
Obviously.
of course it's going to change the angle if you go forward or backward to the image.
Nobody went forward or backwards.
Hmm.
The camera's position is fixed, Blackpool Tower is fixed, and the mountains are fixed.
Yeah.
And we know the locations of all
Exactly.
of the points of reference. We can do the math, and it doesn't work out as a direct line thing. It doesn't work out for a flat plane. It's the problem.
I didn't quite get this image that I know somebody drew up to scale with the heights, and that I haven't got that image.
Yeah.
I can draw up a picture of an elephant sitting in a damn ashtray, Gary. You need to draw this shit to scale.
Oh yes, yeah, I was right. That second peak on the left is Scafell Pike at 978 meters.
Wow.
Yep.
It's just over 6 times taller than the top of Blackpool Tower.
No, Gary's put another thing out. I don't know what that is.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, for crap's sake.
What's it? What is it this time?
Well, I suppose if you're going to make a prat yourself, do it properly.
I'm going to pretend this is Blackpool Tower.
Okay. Here's another one he's doing.
Oh, go on then.
This,
Go for a laugh.
you better put your face masks. What do you call it? Your face protection and all that.
Face palm protection.
Get my oven mitts back on.
Yeah, put that back on.
Hang on, let me change
Which is
avatars
this.
to another facepalm.
Do you want to put the disclaimer out, Blue, before we play?
What are we playing?
He put another one.
We need your facepalm.
Gary's
disclaimer.
got Renty perspective, doesn't understand perspective or parallax.
Oh, yeah.
I'll put
Warning,
it.
severe facial monitor damage alerts in effect. Get out the oven mitts. Push the monitors back out of punching range. Let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
That's the one.
I'm going to pretend this is Blackpool Tower, which is this, and those are the hills in the background on the picture.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Can scale work here?
What
Nah.
scale?
Oh, what scale? Oh, sorry. The tower and the bottle and the mug thing. Yeah,
Blimey.
okay. They're a bit close.
That Ranty has been promoting as proving curvature of the Earth, because the hills were dropped because he could see the tower over the hills, which is only possible on a curved Earth. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney. You saw the different sizes of these two things, right? They're quite a bit different. Now, the little tower is above. But anybody with a mind that can still think.
They
Look
should
at
be
these
about 6 times
two
different.
objects in the picture, and you realize that the tumbler in the back is taller. It's just a perspective thing. Ranty's video was simple, everyday, ordinary, plain old perspective. It's nothing magical
This
about
is so
where they took the
stupid I
picture.
can't even find words.
Yeah, I know.
And it wasn't because of refraction or diffraction. It's just simple angles. All pictures, when they're not zoomed
No,
in
Gary,
on,
it is not
are
just simple
perspective lines.
angles.
Perspective pictures is what.
If it's
the
simple
lens
angles,
sees.
Gary, draw a diagram
Now-
showing those simple angles, Gary.
I brought up what would
Whose
happen
scale?
if the photographer who took the picture moved further away, but stayed at the same level. Would the mountains appear above the tower, or would they still be below the tower? And only
They
one
would still be below the tower.
globe believer has acknowledged that the tower would indeed drop below the hilltops by moving away. Of course, he made a lot of
Yeah,
other
but
excuses,
Gary,
but he did admit.
if the Earth was flat at that position of the photographer, the mountains would appear above the tower, not below it.
And you'd
That's
be
the
able
whole
to see
point,
the whole
Gary.
mountains.
Yeah, that's the whole point, Gary.
Damn, Gary.
The tower would then be below the hill.
If. Yeah.
A lot of ifs.
Gary. Jesus. If bullfrogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their ass when they jumped.
Now, why would moving back make such a radical change? Well, first of all, I'm going to show you what it would be like moving back. So if I move back, now you got the tower below the hills. Move forward closer to it, now it's above the hills again.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Of course, it's never above the hills.
Yes,
It's
Gary,
just
we know how
simple
perspective
perspective.
works.
Now, parallax
Brilliant.
is the key.
Simply
But that's
to
not what's
understand
happening in that
what's
image.
going on here. How could moving further away drop the tower?
What's going on here,
Below
Gary, is you're
the height of the
misrepresenting
tumbler.
the fact of scale.
Because of parallax. Parallax is like when you're driving down the road and you have the mountains in the background, but you're passing by a lot of houses and trees and various other things, and you zip right by them. They're in and out of your vision while you still see the mountains in the background, because things closer by have a much more aggressive angle change because of their proximity to the observer. So
Yeah,
anyhow, I'm
that's-
going to show how parallax works both vertically and horizontally, which I don't hear anybody
Of
acknowledging.
course it works vertically and horizontally,
even
but
though
that's
you
not
see it
what's
in everyday
happening.
life if you just know what you're looking for and pay attention. So vertically it changes by simply moving away from it or moving towards it. Remember, it's going to have the bigger angle change, the steeper one, because it's closer
Does anybody
to
think he's going to say anything that isn't just
the mountains are far
repeating the same
behind. They're not going to
Yeah.
change
bullshit
much.
over and over again?
Of course not.
Now I will say if
We
I
don't have to watch the
move
rest of this crap.
towards, here, let's start back here. If I move towards, you'll see them both move upward in the picture. All right? There we go, upward. They're going to be seen at a higher angle. in
How
the
does
picture
this
to the
relate
right.
to Blackfoot?
Backward will lower.
Yeah, I know,
That's
still
massive
can't
perspective.
see any
Things farther
correlation
away
to it,
will
yeah.
appear lower. Things
Uh,
closer will appear higher.
The camera
Simple
didn't move
perspective.
closer or to it or further away from it. The camera was in a fixed position.
No,
So by moving
what he's
further
saying
away-
is that if you moved it, then
If you moved
the,
it,
the view
yeah,
would
the
be
picture will
different.
change. No shit.
Yeah.
Yep. But also his claims of what would actually happen if you actually went out and did the same observation from further away at the same level, which you can't do because he was standing on the friggin' shoreline, basically. Yeah.
But I mean, nobody disagrees with Gary that if you move closer, that the perspective of things changes, and one could appear above the other or the opposite way around, depending on where you stand. Nobody disagrees with that. What the point is, though, Gary, is that at what point horizontally from those objects and how far they're spaced apart would they appear to be the same height if it was a flat Earth? And what would can you predict where you would have to stand for them to be the same height in your visual field? And if you do that, Gary, you find that they don't match with what the observed reality is.
No.
We would actually be increasing the distance, which should add to the curvature. So shouldn't those hills drop even further and be even more pronounced with the tower over? No, it's the opposite. We're watching what it actually does in real life. So anyhow, that's vertical parallax. You see it clearly. Taller, shorter. I hardly even move the camera, maybe about a foot. Now I'm going to go back and forth.
Oh my God! Shades of
we were driving by. There
small
goes,
and close, big and far away.
Can
Crying out
I
loud.
just quote the opening line to a Nine Inch Nails song? I
Always.
hurt myself today.
Oh, what about from Father Ted?
Oh,
Do the Father
these
Ted?
are
Yeah,
small.
that was my thing.
They're far away. Yeah. Oh, Jesus wept.
See how the parallax is
That's
so quick?
just-
It's much more range.
We have
Look
to
how
keep
the
listening to this
tower
drivel.
goes way further in that same distance than the cup does. It'll go a little ways, but this one will go clear across. Watch. It's like it laps it and gains on it. It's just parallax.
Yes, we know, Gary.
Yeah, Gary,
it's the
that's
same
the
thing
same
with this
principle that we observe in
vertical.
the stars, proving that the Earth moves around the sun.
The change.
That's right. Same thing.
The cup doesn't
Works the
change as
same
much,
way.
but it does change. When you go closer, it moves up in the picture, but not at the same rate as the light or my tower, because it starts quite a bit below. They're both going up in the frame, and now the tower passes it up. So it changed much more. The parallax is greater because it's closer. Well, anyhow, this all explains Ranty's video. It's just simple, ordinary, everyday perspective. Nothing magical. If the observer had taken the picture further away, the tower would be below the hills. And every one of the ballers except one has said it would never appear below the hilltops. Wrong.
No, that's not what was said at all, Gary.
No.
That's a great straw man, Gary.
Yeah.
It's not even a good straw man. It's just wrong on every level.
Yeah.
Is that the quality of your videos, Gary, on your channel?
Be honest, Gary. You heard the word parallax for the first time a week ago, and you're just dying to figure out a way to use it. Isn't that true?
Blimey.
Well, he's got a few videos on his channel. He needs subscribers. He's only got 147.
Not surprised.
Yeah, S. Thurston's right. In Gary's little bullshit video we just watched, at no point does the base of the mountain drop below the base of the tower. Using mountain and tower for cup and, I don't know, was that a bong or a crack pipe? I don't know.
Dear, oh dear.
All you have to do, Gary, to convince us that you're right, is draw it out to scale and show us exactly how you think it should have looked with all of the numbers the way that they were measured to be. That's all you have to do. Draw the side view to scale like you did in the first video we were trying to watch, except not to scale. And then show us a straight line between the observer point and the top of the mountain and where it crosses on the tower.
Do you know, I tried the other day, drawing it to scale in AutoCAD, and it's really difficult to see what you're doing.
It's really bloody difficult. Yeah.
Because, you know, the distances involved. If you've got the viewer, Blackpool Tower is this little line, and then way over here is whatever mountain it is behind it that's a taller line. And when you're trying to, or when you zoom out to see all that on AutoCAD, it's like, shit, where's Blackpool Tower gone?
That's the same as when people do the
But when you
sun,
zoom back
the
in on
earth,
the tower,
and
you
the
can
moon.
see where the line doesn't cross it.
Yeah,
Tried
just
to,
doesn't work on the flat Earth. Sorry,
try to
Terry.
do the sun and the moon and the earth to scale in order.
You can't. You can't. You won't be able to
Actually
see
tried to do
anything. If you draw the sun to scale, which of course you can in AutoCAD because you're in model space, everything's 1-to-1. You draw the sun, then you plot where the line of the orbit is for the Earth, and then you draw the Earth to scale. And if you zoom out to see both, well, you won't. You'll see the sun. You won't see the Earth. It's too small.
Yeah.
You just can't see it.
So fractional of a pixel that it doesn't even bother to color
What
it.
you, about the best you can see is the orbit of the moon.
Yeah, I don't think there
You
is
can
such
see
thing
the
as
sun and
subatomic
you can see-
pixels.
Yeah. You can see the sun and you can
I mean,
see the orbit of the moon. I've drawn this many times.
Yeah. And you can keep typing in refresh as many times as you like. You're not going to see it.
No.
It just doesn't work.
if you get
Well,
one of
this is
those
why we
really,
don't
really
keep-
impressive high density
That's why we don't-
printers.
We don't normally see those sorts of things drawn to scale very often because you can't see anything
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
try to show the whole
Impressive.
thing. But it's there if you take the time and like somebody was saying, zoom in. Yeah, you can see the line should be clearly above the top of Blackpool Tower. It's not.
I mean,
Like they pick
narrow
on
and it's
they
like
pick on
a
you the
couple of
drawing
thousand
when they
feet.
show
Yeah.
the sun with all the planets in a row. Well, we know it's not to scale.
Yeah, you can't. You just can't do it. And Monk, you're really breaking up.
I thought that was me.
No.
No,
Jeez.
it's me.
There you go. That's better. Yeah.
I was standing out on the back step.
You can't draw the solar system to scale and expect to be able to make any sense of it at all because the distances are too great and the size of the planets is too small in relation. You just can't do it. That's why you get all of these diagrams and pictures representing it.
The best you can do is have the planets to scale compared to one another.
Yes,
But
and that's
not
usually
Even-
these diagrams are showing you, in what order the planets are in the solar system, how big they are in comparison to each other, and even when they do that, if they draw the sun, you basically get this big yellow block, this big chunky line on the left hand side.
Yep.
That's the sun, and then all this. Yeah, if you want to be able to see Mercury and Venus and Earth properly, the sun doesn't even look like a sphere. You can't. It's too big.
Yeah, you get a fairly flat arc
Yes.
or chord actually.
Yeah. And that's what most of these guys can't comprehend. They can't scale.
I
They
remember
can't
this.
understand
Well,
the scale.
Diameter of the sun is more than 800 times greater than the diameter of the Earth. 800 times.
Yeah.
Who remembers this video? Bearded Devil done it back in May. I remember this. I remember
Yeah,
this.
vaguely.
Yeah, I remember this. I don't know the music. There's music, I think. Yeah, I don't know about the music though.
Right, with his music, it's probably he's probably not talking, but I can't remember.
No, it's just that.
Oh
just
yeah,
music, I
yes,
think.
yes, I remember this. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know how. I wish there was commentary.
That's just music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there is any commentary on that one.
Nah. But I think he done it to scale, or close enough to, for the distance.
Oh yeah, he's done it to scale. That was the whole point.
So there's Blackpool Tower, is it? There somewhere?
But
yeah,
if
that's
you-
that would be Blackpool Tower.
There's Blackpool Tower.
There you go.
If you have a look at the second comment on that, from, funnily enough, Gary.
Oh, what, in the video?
Yeah. He's
Well,
just
that sounds
crapping
good.
on about
No, we're not going to worry about that door for now.
Hey,
We'll just...
has he scaled down the camera lens
Oh, you're joking.
and elevation, yeah.
Oh man.
Scaled down the camera lens.
Yes, and elevation. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, elevation.
Bearded Devils just responded 3 times to the same message. How high was my camera, Gary?
What's that one door posted? I haven't opened that up yet. So that's the mountain.
Oh, the web.
Yeah.
This is a zoomable. Model of the solar system where 1 pixel is the size of the moon.
Wow. Okay, I'll close that.
And you scroll and you scroll and you scroll, and eventually you find Earth.
Yeah. That's how it works.
Okay.
It's got some interesting text though. So, yeah, That was about 10 million miles. 10 million kilometers just now.
If the moon were only 1 pixel, scroll to explore.
Pretty empty out here.
What are you going to do to it?
Just keep scrolling right. Keep scrolling right. Page scroll right.
Right, so there's the sun. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'll give the peanuts, show the peanuts what we're looking at. Alright. Wait a minute.
As it turns out, things are pretty far apart.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Oh, there's Mercury. Oh, there's that
There
little
we
dot.
go.
Yeah.
So just scroll it and it'll go to the right.
Yep.
That's just black.
Just use page scrolling. Actually, if you scroll the view, oh no, here we go. All right, use page scrolling.
Okay, yeah, I will.
Standard scrolling is just wrong.
Okay.
It's just going to take you forever to scroll to get.
So what are they saying here? Scale 1 pixel equals, which is that little pixel there.
Yep. So the diameter of the moon.
Roughly the distance from New York to Las Vegas. And then you've got another scale down the bottom there as well.
Yep. So the scale at the bottom is from the center of the sun.
Okay. Page scrolling. Okay. What else can I scroll it with?
You should have a scroll bar at the bottom. Just click in the dead space to scroll across a page.
Oh, that. Yep.
That's it.
I mean, you could drag the scroll bar around if you're feeling like you want to really zoom.
So there's the sun.
Yep.
No. Going for a drive.
Yeah, keep going.
That was about 10 million kilometers. Okay.
Yeah, he's got lots of cute little comments on the way.
We're still going. Pretty empty out here.
Pretty empty out here.
Here comes our first planet.
Yep.
Mercury.
Yeah,
that little dot there.
That's it. To scale, that's Mercury.
Okay.
Yep.
So no prizes for what's coming next.
As it turns out, things are pretty far apart.
Yeah, they are.
I think I should have brought a packed lunch. We're coming up to a new planet soon. Sit tight. Okay. Go make a cup of coffee. Venus.
Venus. Look how big Venus is. After all that scrolling.
Most of space is just space.
Yep.
Yeah,
Halfway home.
People ask about space and stuff, and I just dumb it down to probably layman's terms. Space is the place. How did I define it? Space is the void between matter. That's the only way I could explain it to layman's terms.
I always like Douglas Adams, statement about space and the Hitchhiker's Guide.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, look.
Here we are.
What,
We are here.
Space is
It's
big.
really big.
Really big.
We
You
just
used
went
to might think it's a long way
149
down to the shops.
million
Well, that's
kilometres.
peanuts compared to space.
That's it.
We just travelled a fair way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going to keep going?
Oh, we can keep going if you like. Notice where your scroll bar indicator is on the bottom there.
It's only about.
You haven't gone very far.
It's only gone about a 16th or 8th of the length.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's hardly moved.
And that's the problem.
Destination Mars. Oh, we haven't got to Mars yet.
Get your ass to Mars.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
It would take about 7 months to travel this distance in a spaceship. Better be some good in-flight entertainment. In case you're wondering, you'll need about 2,000 feature-length movies to occupy that many waking hours.
Endless loops of Wham videos.
2,000
Wake me up.
Yeah.
2,000 movies? I don't even think I've got 2,000
Wake me
movies.
up before you get there.
I should have went and put the jug on while I was doing this. It would have boiled. It probably would have boiled by now.
Oh, hey,
There's
Mars.
Mars.
Hey.
Hey.
So now we need to redo this so that at the right scale so we can see Phobos.
And Demos.
It would only be about 500 times.
What's this thing
Yeah.
down here do? It's got here.
You keep
This
scrolling.
is how fast light travels. Oh, here
There you
we
are.
go.
You've now changed to
Oh, there we go.
13.1 light minutes.
That's how fast light's traveling.
Yep. So you can get it. It's auto scrolling at the speed
Seriously,
of light.
if you're in a hurry to get somewhere in space, you'll need to take it up with Mr. Einstein.
Yeah.
Well, we're traveling at the speed of light.
Yep.
I'm just seeing how long it takes us to get to the next planet. At the speed of light, that is.
A few minutes.
Wow.
You'll be here for a long time.
Yeah, it's not going to be quick.
You're only about a third of the way to Jupiter.
Yeah.
Literally,
Okay.
it'll take hours.
Okay. We're going faster than light. I've got me finger on the scroll thing at the bottom on that, making it go fast.
Yeah.
See? I
I mean,
can't
flying
get
a spacecraft.
So
I mean,
Jupiter's
flying a spacecraft to the planets is like playing a video game with about 1,000,000 times the lag that you're usually used to.
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna use
Jupiter's
that
at
one.
about 43 light minutes. 43 point something.
I'm gonna cheat. No, something went past. Did we miss
I
it?
think it keeps dragging you back. Click on the light speed button again.
Oh, that one.
Yep. Now do your scroll. That's better.
When are we gonna get there?
So you're about a third of the way to Jupiter. A little over.
And even if we could get a spaceship that could travel close to the speed of light,
It would still take many minutes to get there, yes.
Yeah, I think you can grab your slider down there at the bottom now and move it.
I
Yeah,
tried.
or
I tried
Terry,
that. But,
no. Before you do that, Terry.
yeah. Before I
let
do
it go.
that,
Let
yeah.
it go. Yep. Go over to where you were. Yep. Now go left a little bit. Hold down on there. There
Well-
you go. 43. That was Jupiter just there.
We missed it.
Hey.
There's
Callisto,
Jupiter.
Ganymede.
That's a bit bigger than the others, isn't it? We can see that.
Yep. Just a little bit.
Jupiter's huge.
That is huge.
Ganymede's bigger than the moon.
Imagine if we had that as our moon.
Ganymede.
No,
That'd be
Jupiter.
No, we would be its moon.
We would
Yeah,
be its
yeah, exactly. I don't think it works that way.
Yeah. It'd be the other way around, yeah.
It's all about barycenters.
Yeah. Like those science fiction
Paul-
shows you see with the planets next to it, another planet with the moon, and I'm thinking, how could you have a mass like that next to something like that in reality? The size
Paul,
of
I
them,
object to
so
your
close.
background because I don't think she's obeying physics.
Oh, okay.
That really doesn't look like it should be staying up there like that. Anyway,
Anyway, well, that gives you an idea how big the solar system is. We'd be here for a while with that one. I'm going to keep that.
oh,
Save.
Uranus is at what 160 light minutes, roughly. Does anybody remember how far up Neptune is?
I just went past Saturn is 79.6 light minutes. I've got Saturn here.
Found Neptune. It's at 250.
You could play it.
I presume that this goes all the way out to Pluto.
That'd have to. There's no way you could scroll it right to the end in one go. Oh, yes, you can.
It would take you a fair old time.
Yeah, I just did. I just dragged the whole lot on.
If you go back a page, you'll find Pluto at about 328 light minutes.
Yeah, 328.4. There we go. And it's only just a dot. A small, very small dot.
And it's not even a planet anymore.
No. It doesn't. It's not on the same ecliptic path. That's
we think that Pluto and Charon are captured bodies. Maybe.
Okay. I bet I might play this video.
I'm a doofus. Up the
I
top
don't know if
is
there's any sound to it.
Buddy, welcome to Blue
planet
Marble
symbols,
Science.
sort of.
Oh, yeah, there's sound.
After about 18 months of effort, the day finally came when it was time for Cavendish to find a new home, and we found a really good one for him. It's the University of Tennessee here in Knoxville, Department of Physics and Astronomy, and what you'll see is the reassembly of Cavendish in one of the physics labs. Enjoy.
Some assembly required.
Yes. A bit.
Did you have it all labelled like IKEA, Blue?
That had numbers on it.
I've never seen you move so fast, Blue. Must have had a lot of coffee.
Have I?
I know this is speeded up. You got a rough idea how long it did take?
About 3 hours.
Wow.
That's pretty good though.
Is that music copyrighted?
No.
And you didn't have any problem at all reassembling it? It went together really easily?
No, it goes back together quite easily, really.
No issues with like positioning or anything like that?
I'm sorry, say again, Terry.
No, that wasn't me.
No, I was just asking. I was asking if you had any problems positioning the suspension point and so on.
Not really. I had it marked before when I took it apart, so I just put it right back exactly the way it was. It's going to take a little bit of centering, I guess. Always does, but
yep.
I'm going to go back down and visit them again tomorrow. No, well, not tomorrow, Friday, and recheck everything, make sure it's all the alignments where it should be.
They're pretty excited to have it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've moved it from one environment to another environment. The thing is made out of wood, so I expect it's going to move around a little bit over the next month or two.
Yep.
So that's the exact position it's going to live from now till whenever.
Yeah, till they get their they're remodeling some things, and they're going to set up a special place for it. But right now, that lab that it's in is where it's going to sit. To all of you for the great support you guys provided. the encouragement throughout this process has just been phenomenal. And of course, a special thanks to all the contributors that made this possible. Yeah, I'm really glad it worked out this way.
Yeah.
You did some fantastic work on this thing.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal.
And it's in a place where it will be appreciated.
Yeah.
And used.
And you'll get the students that will actually learn from it.
Yep.
They are quite happy to know that they're never going to have to pull that Pasco little plastic piece of crap out of the closet again.
Now, I know you've mentioned it before, Blue, but do you have a rough estimate of the total cost of the project?
Well, material cost alone was, I'm thinking somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000. What with everything included, but some of that is not. Well, some of it had to do with getting computers and monitors and webcams and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'd hate to think, what the labor costs involved in it were. You spent a lot of time on that.
Yeah. If I had to build another one for somebody, I can assure you we'd be into 5 figures.
Yep. But the second one's always easier, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You are just going to keep churning these out and gifting them to people, right?
Blue, my big question is, where's the yellow pencil?
I didn't take the pencil. They're going to have to supply their own pencil.
Yeah.
I didn't take any batteries or pencils. So it looks good sitting there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh boy, does it.
Yes.
Well, that's
looks a lot better sitting there than it did out in the garage.
Yeah, where it sits now, where it's like the plain wall, the floor, it just looks totally different compared to inside your garage.
Yeah, I know.
What's the target distance for the laser? Is it bigger than it was in the?
Oh, it's going to be substantially larger. I didn't measure that room, but I'm guessing they can go. That room is at least 30 feet. I think they could easily go 30 feet. I could only go 10. So, yeah, they'll be able to get better accuracy out of it than I did.
Yeah, it's going to give you much better accuracy. Be interesting to see what sort of numbers they pull out of it.
Well, I'm thinking that each student would be setting up their own camera and doing their own footage of it, and then they get the numbers out of that, and then they have to do it themselves. Maybe that's what I was thinking, how they could do it, because each person has to individually work it out, unless they just do it like Blue did and just record it, and then they have to work it out from there.
Well, I can tell you, and I've already talked to them about that. The sensible thing to do is make a time lapse of the laser.
Yep.
If you don't do that, you're going to drive yourself crazy trying to figure out where the extreme points are. Because that thing's
no lasers. Everybody has to read the vernier.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, they're going to go old school. They're going to read the vernier. That's what Cavendish did.
Yeah.
I sat here for like an hour and a half with Blue one night, just watching the vernier go back and forth.
I fell asleep one night watching
it was bizarre.
I sat there watching it, looking
and yet
at
somehow
it.
Compelling.
I just nodded off, or started to nod off.
Yeah.
It was really late here that night too.
Yep.
John Rapp says where the small balls hanging on the side of spares. No, they're keeping tension on that rope that wraps around the pulley up at the top that we use to move the large weights. It's sort of a replication of the way Cavendish did it. You don't really have to do it like that, but I liked it because I didn't have to touch anything other than just those ropes.
I've got to put that into your Blues Cavendish over in Discord too, Blue, that video.
And yes, Professor Phil, I have actually talked to UT to see if they can help me find a place to do a Foucault pendulum. That would be something I would love to do.
Oh yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Definitely can't do it in your garage though, that's for sure.
No. I do know where to go find some 50-pound lead balls, though.
Yeah.
Wally
We
wants to
could
know
borrow one
how they hang in Blue.
of straight down.
Isn't there a museum or something that has a Foucault's pendulum that knocks down pegs?
Oh, there's lots of those.
Yeah.
Have we got anything in Australia at all that's like these sort of things, static displays of experiments
I
going?
really don't know.
I really don't know myself. No, we've got Macquarie University here, and then you've got, I don't know what Victoria have got.
Lots of universities have got classic versions of old scientific experiments, Terry, but like they're not really on the grand scale of Blue's Cavendish experiment. Most experiments aren't that big. They're either a lot smaller or a hell of a lot bigger.
Right.
Yeah.
Wally's got a video that goes for 33 minutes. Wally, why is it so long?
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about earlier. I couldn't make it to the end. I just got fed up listening to the guy.
Wally, I can't play that. It's too long. Even if I up the speed up. You got anything shorter, Wally? Oh, Melbourne Uni, Globey says there's stuff there.
Yeah, I've just found a list on Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a Foucault pendulum in the geology building at Melbourne Uni.
Okay, what else have we got?
School of
here?
Earth Sciences.
Yeah.
School of Mathematics at Monash in Melbourne.
Fondel's saying I can't find a video of one in the southern hemisphere going the other way.
Going the other way.
Blue needs to find an apartment building with a stairwell. You got nothing short recently, Wally. Oh. What about the Ruif one? That goes for 7 minutes. But that's Math Don't Lie, Brian Leakey.
Yeah.
That's the only one I've got. That. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. If you've posted anything out in the Peanut Gallery, throw it over in Discord. So I've got it. So I forgot to do that. I closed the window. So you got the Math Don't Like Brian Leakey, Simon Dan. Well, this is too long. And we just did that one. Okay, we've only got 2. The Ruif one is good, yeah. I'll do the Ruif one and then we'll finish off with Simon. And M2M's one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Where is it? Where did I put it? Get up there to show you shit. How far back was that? we're up to date with Space Matt's videos, I think. I don't want to miss out on them.
I think so. I think, yeah, that one you've got will be the latest one. I think that was that yesterday?
Where are we? 20 hours ago.
There you go.
So, okay, we'll do that one first. I don't know, where'd Space Matt go? Wait a minute, if you only have 2, then 33 minutes would be okay.
Who was asking for the Southern Hemisphere Foucault's channel?
Somebody did, I remember that. Oh, Roomfondle. Roomfondle said, can't find a video that is Southern Hemisphere, going the other way. Okay, we'll do it in that order. Okay, grab that. Where's Space Matt to say press play? He's disappeared, he hasn't spoken lately.
No.
Hi, Matt B here, and welcome to M2M, the channel that burns the nonsense. And welcome to this new series simply called Moon Hoax, where I debunk the most common moonland hoax theories, both old and new, from the era of Apollo from 1969 to 1972. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon, select all, and you'll be notified when I upload more videos. And if you'd like the video, then please hit the thumbs up.
Matt's got a new
but
one.
the best thing for you to do is you comment below each video. Let me know how I'm getting on, and if there's any moon hoax theories that you'd like me to add, then let me know in the comments below, and I'll look at adding it. So anyway, let's get on with the video and roll the credits.
Yeah, I'm just doing it for you, Wally.
Number 9. Missing Apollo 11 telemetry tapes. This has been around since the 80s, ever since this story came out from NASA at the time. It's less of a conspiracy than a small element of truth, but as with everything the conspirators use, it's grossly exaggerated and twisted to suit the moon hoax narrative. So what exactly happened? Well, to answer that, I have to explain what was missing and why they were missing. The story starts with these cameras. These were the cameras used for the TV pictures from Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin's first steps on the moon. Although they were a technological marvel for working in the near-perfect vacuum on the moon, they were not compatible of transmitting directly to the TV networks because they could not operate at the right frame rate or resolution. So the solution was simple, although not really ideal. NASA technicians at the tracking station had the live broadcast from the cameras on Apollo 11 play on a small compatible monitor, and then they filmed the monitor screen itself with a compatible TV camera to broadcast to the TV networks around the world. So this is what we saw. But while this was happening, NASA were recording the broadcast from the Apollo 11 cameras onto 1-inch telemetry tapes, but only as a backup in case the broadcast should fail. Well, the broadcast didn't fail, so the tapes were not considered important enough to be kept safe. Why? Because what was on the tapes had already been seen by millions of people around the world, and copies were made and kept by the TV networks. But here's the important part to this story. The telemetry flight data from Apollo 11 was not lost. Let me say that again to make it clear. The telemetry flight data from Apollo 11 was not lost. It was simply the original backup tapes of the broadcast. What likely happened was the tapes were reused and recorded over with data from other things, as I said, because they weren't considered important. Telemetry data from every Apollo 11 flight was kept and given to the various departments within NASA and the various organisations involved in building and developing the spacecraft, rockets and systems in order to learn from anything that may not have worked or could have worked better. So there it is, another simple explanation and more fuel for the growing M2M fire.
Oh.
Now, where did I put those matches? Here they are.
He's pyromaniac, Mattis.
Yeah, Ian made a good farmer. We like to burn things.
Blow things up, shoot things.
Stubble burning. Yeah, brilliant fun.
So what's he using for a monitor now since he burnt the last one? Got melted plastic all over his bench.
Yeah.
I believe that there was actually, I think RCA is were the guys involved in a lot of that. And there was actually a converter gizmo that they called it, which was essentially exactly what Wally described, but it wasn't just a regular broadcast television camera focused on a screen. It was a device, a special device they built to allow the broadcast system to film that slow scan television that was coming down from the moon. And when I say slow scan, it was 300 line, non-interlaced, 10 frame per second, I believe, frame rate. And it wasn't because the camera couldn't do it. The camera certainly could do it. The problem was they didn't have the bandwidth to transmit more than that. That's all they could do with it. So, but everything else about what he's saying is exactly what happened. Those tapes were simply backups in case something went wrong.
And because they didn't think they needed them.
Yeah, you can't keep everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure the shirts that all the guys were wearing that day have long since gone to the scrap heap, you know?
Yeah.
Probably not a single one of those ashtrays that was sitting in mission control is still around anymore.
Well, they don't smoke in mission control anymore? What the hell?
I don't,
Why have things changed in the intervening, 40
when you've
years?
got all of that broadcast tape that is compatible with the television system of the time, the normal 525 line interlace scanning, 60 or 30 frame a second broadcast standards that we had in this country then. What do you need the damn backup
frames
for?
a second?
Huh?
29.97 frames a second.
No, 30. It was
Who was it
synced.
that used a stupid unsynced one?
It was synced to the line frequency. When you got all of that broadcast tape that is compatible with the television system of the time, the normal 525.
Who's feeding back to us?
Who's feeding back?
Broadcast. Terry, are you playing the stream?
I'm not playing. I haven't got anything playing.
I don't know where that was coming from.
Sorry, that was me.
Ah,
Apologize.
I was somebody.
no worries.
You had me confused then. I was trying to figure out what's going on here. Don't
Why
do
did
that
Blue
to
get really quiet and start repeating himself?
Don't do that to me.
I'm sorry.
You know you're not going to see anything in there. You'll only be able to hear us talking over in there.
Understood. I heard Blue talking about mission control, and I just wanted to point out that they refurbished that room a couple of years ago, and they did actually find ashtrays from 1969. And they are now in the mission control, and you can go tour it.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. We like.
Don't be sorry.
We like useless information.
I got a lot of it.
We were making jokes, and it turned out that they really do have the ashtrays. That's freaking awesome.
Of course they would have kept that.
Well, sure, that's what they tell you, but
Hey, I'm always happy to sacrifice a joke on the,
Okay.
in order to get a fun fact.
I want to see evidence that these ashtrays are the original ashtrays.
I'll get right on that.
No, thank you. That's your home.
DNA.
That's your homework for this week.
I mean, in NASA they use CGI ashtrays, right?
There will be a test.
Okay. So just watch that. Okay. We're probably going to run over schedule time again tonight by the look of it.
Oh no.
We have a schedule?
Yeah,
Well, nominally, sort of.
sort of.
We're going to watch The Math Don't Lie by Leaky.
Leaky brain.
I just hope it doesn't ruin anything. Yeah, I mean, who's old enough to remember ashtrays in plane seat arms? Well, we don't catch planes a lot over here.
I remember ashtrays built into the back of the seats in front of the cinema, and one half of the cinema was smoking, and the other half wasn't.
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I remember the ashtrays in the trains, the old trains we had.
Well, yeah, they used to be the trains. Like one half of the carriage was smoking and one half was non-smoking, and like, what the hell? I mean,
Yeah.
didn't
But
make
back in the day when the cinema theatre held hundreds of people, because multiplexes now they tend to be quite small, but when they're really big, they tended to be wide. And I remember that there was the two cinemas in Cambridge, each of which had a very big screen that could seat several hundred people, and then you had the smaller one that are like today's screens that could seat maybe 100. In the big ones, the left-hand side was smoking, the right-hand side was non-smoking, and the ventilation system was designed in such a way that you could almost see a wall of smoke separating the two when everybody sat there puffing away. Quite something.
Yeah.
It's funny to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
How the times have changed.
Yeah. My cars have still got ashtrays and cigarette lighters.
Oh, they all have.
No, not newer cars.
Oh, well, I don't have new car, but my car has 2 cigarette lighters and 2 ashtrays.
Okay, it's old enough to have that.
Yep.
I thought cars over there weren't that old because they rusted out all the time.
Not anymore.
Ah. Okay. I thought Wally was saying press play out there.
Yeah, well, come on, press play, Terry.
Okay.
Do the math. The math don't lie.
I'm incredibly happy to hear you say that, Brian. I was just disappointed that you managed to balls up pretty much everything else you possibly could in your video. Let's take a look. All right, so here's the infamous Kevin Jackson photo of Blackpool with Dow Crag in the background. And what Brian Leakey has done here is get some angular sizes for Blackpool Tower and Dow Crag, and then draw some vertical lines on the photo that show where the base of Dow Crag is at, down here. Brian says that because the bottom of that second line is roughly in line with the water level in the foreground, then the Earth is flat. And I completely agree with the logic here. Excellent work, Brian. But let's take a closer look and see how many mistakes he made. So here's the clip.
Here's Conspiracy Cat's math for the Blackpool Tower observation. He's got 0.526 degrees for the angular size of the mountain, and he's got 0.496 degrees angular size of Blackpool Tower. That's pretty close. It's within 3/100ths of a degree. So we're going to draw a line. There's supposed to be hundreds of meters missing at the bottom of the mountain. So I'm going to draw 2 lines of the same size. So we draw the line and we label it 0.496 degrees. That's the angular size for Blackpool Tower. Now we draw one for the mountain, label it 0.526 degrees. So there's a 3/100ths of a degree discrepancy, but if you look at the bottom, there's just a smidge, just a little bit of room to get to the water. You know, we could probably call that 3/100ths of a degree, that little gap between the bottom of the line and the water for the mountain line. So I wanted to welcome Ranty back to Flat Earth and get him this message, you know, let him see the video, because it turns out that there's not hundreds of meters missing from the bottom of the mountain.
Oh my God.
Holy shit, Brian. Where do I start? All right, your first error is that your white line for Blackpool Tower is nowhere near the actual top of the tower. If you use a higher resolution photo, you can see that you've chopped off the top, I don't know, 5 or 6 meters or so. Not a big deal, and we'll fix it up in a minute. Your second error, and this is pretty massive, why did you only draw your line down to this point? That's nowhere near sea level. So what you've actually drawn your line down to in your image is actually this front edge here. And that, according to Google Earth, is a whopping 118 feet above sea level. Rightio, so here's Katz's diagram that Brian is using to get his angular sizes from. So 0.496 degrees for Blackpool Tower and 0.526 for Dow Crag. Now, strictly speaking, these are not angular sizes. These are actually elevation angles that you would expect to see on a flat Earth. So that is the angle above the horizontal that you would expect to measure with a theodolite. And that angle would actually take into account your observer height as well, which Katz seems to have used an observer height of 5 meters. I'll actually give you a pass on this one, Brian, because you probably weren't aware that Katz was trying to give every possible advantage to flat Earth in this diagram, which meant overestimating the height of Blackpool Tower, which he has here at 175 meters, including the observer height, and underestimating the height of the mountain in the background at 753 meters, which we'll address shortly. So even with those concessions, Blackpool Tower still appeared higher than Dow Crag in the image, when according to this geometry, it should appear lower. And that was the point of the diagram.
Can you pause it?
It's actually quite difficult
to that image. Just back it up 5. Yeah. So this is what it should have looked like if Dipshit had actually done it to scale.
Oh, he's he's drawings, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can continue now. I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah.
The point of the diagram. It's actually quite difficult to get some kind of official elevation for Blackpool Tower. So what I've done here is grab the height from the Blackpool Tower website, which lists it as 519 feet, which I assume is above the ground. And since the ground is somewhere between 26 and 30 feet above sea level, I've just gone in the middle at 28 feet, which makes the tower 547 feet above sea level, and that equates to 167 meters. And 167 meters at a distance of 19.62 kilometers is an angular size of 0.488 degrees. But remember that Brian's line only went down to 118 feet. It didn't go down all the way to sea level. So if the tip of the tower is 547 feet above sea level and the bottom of the line is 118 feet, that means Brian's line only represents 429 feet or 131 meters. All right, so let's just recap the errors. First, the top of his line is nowhere near the top of the tower. The bottom of his line is nowhere near the bottom of the tower. His line only covers 131 meters of the tower. So let's draw that one in. And the angular size of the tower overall is actually a little bit less than 0.496. I calculated it to be 0.488. So let's extrapolate that line to the full height of Blackpool Tower, which is 167 meters. So that is where sea level is at Blackpool Tower. Okay, so let's now deal with the mountain in the background, which is called Dow Crag. Now you'll see here that Katz used a height of 753 meters for Dow Crag. And I don't know if that's a mistake from Katz or Ranty, or whether either of them were just being super conservative again. But 753 meters is not the correct height. The official height, according to Ordnance Survey, is actually 778 metres. And 778 metres at a distance of 81.47 kilometres has an angular size of 0.547, not 0.526 degrees. So, here's what it looks like, Brian, when you do it properly. Doesn't look so good for flat Earth now, does it? So the bottom of the mountain is way down here among the reeds. All right, so what are you going to do, Brian? This is a massive test of your integrity here. So in your own words, the math doesn't lie, and I completely agree. Once you fix all your obvious mistakes, you'll get the right answer, and that answer will tell you what the shape of the world is. Now, I also wonder what result you'll get if you redo your pink lines test with the correct information. So I eagerly await your response. Thank you.
You're going to get a response?
Be waiting a while.
Yeah.
You'll get a response, but it won't address the question.
That's true.
Yeah.
We'll leave Wally till last.
Playing a Snowman Dan.
Yep.
On his backyard, which he calls Dr. Peel. Now, apologies if you've tuned in today to catch the second half of Geoffrey Son of Liberty's video regarding Tartaria from last month. Unfortunately, the second half of his video had even less in than his first, with absolutely nothing of any sense whatsoever. So instead, after seeing Matt Powell pop up on my feed, I thought I'd have another look at him. And what I've found is that since Kent Hovind, the brilliant whack and atheist Kent Hovind, has been sent to prison for assaulting his wife, Matt Powell is now his new PA. So, realising I've neglected Matt Powell for a bit, I descended onto his channel and found a video about Noah's flood. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a quick thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Curiosity Stream. Now, Curiosity Stream is smart TV year. Right, back to today's video where Matt Powell is going to give us 3 proofs that Noah's flood actually happened. Now, hold on people, this one gets choppy.
Hey guys, this is Matt Powell. So now and then, an atheist will respond to my videos and will try to critique my opinions on like the flood of Noah or the certain facts that I bring forth and the interpretations that I apply to them. And they will come up with lame excuses for why they think and why they believe that the flood of Noah never happened.
What, you mean like claiming that you couldn't fit every single species of animal on Earth into an ark? Or what about the fact that all of the marsupials, animals with pouches, decided that when they left the ark they would all go to either Australia or South America? Every single one. Yeah. Why nowhere else? Yeah. Do you mean excuses like that?
So I wanted to go ahead and give the top 3 evidences geologically of Noah's flood.
Geologically? Okay, interesting. Before we start, let's just familiarise ourselves with when this flood of Noah's was supposed to happen. Around 3,500 years ago. Right, got it.
The first one is just mountains. You can look at mountain ranges and see that they were formed catastrophically and very quickly through rapid plate tectonic shifts.
Rapid plate tectonic shifts. Now, what does a worldwide flood have to do with that?
Now, if you notice the rock layers on these pictures, they are bent rock. Now, you cannot bend hard rock. And so what that means is that when these mountains were forming, that they were soft and moist, and this is sediment that was being laid down, and plate tectonics pushed it up into place, and then it solidified in that position.
Okay, first off, that's not how mountains were formed. And secondly, even if they were, that still doesn't explain the rapid tectonic activity. And finally, of course, not every single mountain on Earth looks like that.
And so we see mountain ranges all over the United States and all over the world, in fact, of complete bent rock that shows that they formed very rapidly.
No, it shows that they were warped and buckled by tectonic plates smashing into each other over the course of millions of years.
Now, if evolution were true, and according to the evolutionist perspective, these mountains slowly formed through plate tectonics, well, I'm sorry, the rocks simply would have crumbled, they would have broken, they would not have bent.
Who are you to say that they would have done that? You apply very small time periods to everything you talk about, Matt. You cannot conceive that things can happen over an extremely long time very gradually.
Another reason that we know that the flood of Noah is a fact is because if you look at coal seams across the world sandwiched between the layers of sediment, you'll actually find that they contain identical amounts of carbon-14 inside of each one. Now, carbon-14 only lasts 50,000 years.
Where did you get that from? Now, it's got a half-life of 5,700 years, and that's actually a relatively short half-life, and it's why we have problems with carbon-14 in terms of dating something that's older than around 50 or 60,000 years.
So you would expect if a layer formed slowly and another layer formed slowly over millions of years, that you would actually find no carbon-14 in the bottom layers and less as you move up. But in the catastrophic plate tectonic flood model, you find, and you would predict, to find identical amounts of C14 in all of the coal seams sandwiched between the layers, and sure enough, that's what we find.
Now, after doing some digging on this one, I found a statement from a grad student who was at the university where these coal seams were experimented on. Many of the samples of coals that were tested were not only contaminated, but were also experiencing huge amounts of oxidation. Now, of course, this had bad effects on the results of the carbon-14 analysis.
It's identical amounts, which means that all of that is the same vegetation being laid down in one event. When the Earth was experiencing plate tectonic movements, and the continents were moving, and the fountains of the deep broke open, as the Bible says.
What do you mean, when? It's all still moving now, buddy.
We would predict that certain of the crust of the Earth would actually be subducted into the mantle and would cause catastrophic plate tectonic shifts. But those rocks, those slabs of cold rock, we would predict would still be in the hot mantle of the Earth. Interestingly enough, NASA had done scans on the Earth and found that there are humongous slabs of cold rock that have sunk down into the Earth.
And what does this prove exactly?
And so you have gigantic slabs of cold rock that go 400 or even 500 miles down into the mantle towards the core. And so keep in mind, it's very hot there. Well, why do we find gigantic cold slabs of rock that have not heated up over the evolutionary timescale of millions of years and become uniform with the temperature in the Earth's mantle? Well,
okay, this is a thing, but I wonder what Matt is going to attribute it to.
The fact is that 4,500 years ago approximately, there was a flood where the fountains of the deep were broken open, and a process known as subduction happened where the crust of the Earth went down into the mantle and created mountains and earthquakes and catastrophic plate tectonics.
3,500 years ago. You think mountains can form in 3,500 years? Here is a picture of the Himalayas today. And here is what the Himalayas looked like 3,500 years ago.
And we would predict that those cold slabs of rock would still be there today. That can only be explained by Noah's flood and by what the Bible says when it told us that the fountains of the deep were broken open.
No, that's not the only explanation, as you say. In actual fact, because it's oceanic crust that is subducting, then it obviously is going to be cooler than the surrounding mantle. And that coolness is relative. Compared to your oven at home, it's still a furnace. And it also depends, of course, on the speed and the age of the rock that is doing the subducting. This is an extremely complex and thorough science. You can't just take one part of it and attribute that to the flood.
So these are undeniable pieces of evidence. People can deny certain things, but there are certain things that are undeniable.
Yes, your personal incredulity on the age of the Earth.
People can attack certain positions, but I'm sorry, if you're an evolutionist, your position is indefensible.
Oh, Matt. As I said multiple times, evolution doesn't need defending. The evidence is all out there.
What we see in the past is catastrophic events actually creating what we see today. These mountains that were formed by bent rock layers, yeah, that had to have taken place all in one event. You have identical amounts of C14 inside of coal seams all throughout the world. That means that that's the same vegetation all being laid down in one event. This is undeniable evidence. Only those who deny the facts will deny this evidence. And those who seek the truth will grab onto these pieces of evidence and use them to defend their faith.
And that right there, Matt, is the word that ruins your argument. Faith. You have faith that the flood happened. We have evidence to suggest otherwise.
God bless, guys.
Okay, I will. A short video from Matt explaining why he thinks evolution is fake and creation is true.
I find it interesting that evolutionists will go on and on about how they want to save species and they open up animal shelters to save certain species, when according to evolution, species should be getting created all the time. New kinds of animals should be popping up, new families through natural selection. Well, we don't see that at all.
No, that's not how it works. You aren't going to see a new species pop up overnight. However, we are discovering new species all the time.
In fact, we see animals going extinct. So what that proves is that if we go back far enough in time, back to the Garden of Eden, there were more kinds of animals back then than there are now. According to evolution, there's new kinds popping up all the time, new families of animals.
New families? Absolutely not. Families are things like felines and canines. We aren't going to see a new family evolve in a week.
But according to the creation model, we are constantly losing animals. Animal kinds are constantly going extinct. And so whenever an evolutionist tries to open up an animal shelter and shelter a endangered species, as they call it, they're just proving that there were species in the past that are getting wiped out now that we'll never have again. Evolution will never invent these new species through natural selection.
Invent? Yeah, he doesn't understand evolution.
Evolution is impossible to defend, honestly. You have to lie. You have to make believe to believe in evolution.
Says the guy who's happy to tell people that every single species on Earth at the time all fit into a boat smaller than the Titanic.
You ask an evolutionist or an atheist, what is the meaning of life? Just ask them that. And they'll respond back with, well, my meaning of my life is whatever I make up.
Now that's a slight generalisation. I'm sure many atheists have many reasons for life. Some will say there is none. Some will say there is no meaning in life at all. Personally, I would like to try and leave the world a better place than I found it. To enjoy everything that life brings, to ruminate on how damn lucky you are to be here in the first place, and to make that luck count.
What they're admitting is that they're making up, or make-believing, a purpose for life. They don't think there actually is any purpose. And so they say, well, I'll just make up purpose. That's make-believe, folks.
I'm sorry, who are you to tell someone what they perceive their life to be? I don't agree with any of your worldviews, but I will absolutely defend your right to think them. It really, really is utter arrogance from Matt here. Very disappointing.
These people are...
The answer to everything in life is 42.
Of course it is.
Make-believers.
Yep.
No thanks, I've had enough of Matt Powell today. We'll leave him there. I'm sure he's got to go and attend to Dr. Peel anyway, bless them. That's it for today's Tinfoil Tuesday. Thank you so much for watching. We're all done and dusted. If you enjoyed it, then please do consider subscribing. There's a whole host of other videos on Matt Powell and evolution. Check those out as well. If you liked today's video, then hit the like button as well. Thank you very much. Just enough time to once again thank CuriosityStream for sponsoring today. Remember, click the link in the description, use my code SIMONDAN, and you get CuriosityStream for $14.99 for the entire year. I have been SIMONDAN. Have yourselves a great week, and I'll see you all on Friday for the return of the numbers guy, Mr. Marty Leeds. See you then.
was a bit of a stretch, wasn't it, using tectonic plate shifts for...
Yeah.
Catastrophic tectonic shift.
The flood of Noah's Ark is there, but just to bring in other things into it to try to verify its existence. Can't use the Bible, that's for sure.
No.
A book doesn't
And
prove...
there's really no evidence for anything even approaching a global flood.
Can I put you on to Wally speed, Wally? Because this goes for 33 minutes. Oh, I'll better go and make a cup of coffee or something to watch this one. We'll pause it a couple of times through it. Discuss anything.
Let's see how it flows and see whether or not we can get away with speeding it up.
Yeah. We should have Wally condensing it while we go through it, summarising it.
Oh, I can condense it in less than 10 words, but that kind of kills it.
Well, I haven't watched it at all, so I've got no idea.
Right,
I can
fine.
probably do it in 4.
Yeah.
That has something to do with Globebusters.
Oh, yeah, I can do it in 4.
Doing funniest eclipses fails possible. Thanks, Bob. Wally said sure. What, sure to what? What, have it up to Wally speed?
Yeah, play fast.
Okay, I'll put it on to Wally speed.
Just not loose.
Okay. We'll try at 1.25.
Well, given who it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, I'm going off-piste. Found something a little bit different to have a go at. This is In a Flat World by
Wally,
Globebusters, and this
you're
was
talking
a
fast for
presentation, I think, by John the Morgile. Right, let's get into it.
There we go. And you are presenting.
Okay, cool. So I'm just going to talk about solar eclipses a little bit. To me, this is a huge thing. So in order for a solar eclipse to occur, and we're just strictly focusing on the globe Earth model, forget flat Earth for a minute here. So during a solar eclipse, there's a few very specific things that need to happen. The moon has to be aligned to the sun and the Earth upon the ecliptic plane.
Yeah, you're right.
And of course, according to the globe model, I don't know why it's not letting me scroll down, but they claim that the moon's orbit is 5 degrees offset to the ecliptic plane. So that's sort of represented by this little diagram here.
Yeah, you're right again.
That really doesn't come into play because, again, the only time that an eclipse is going to occur is when the moon is, in fact, aligned to the ecliptic plane.
Yeah, still right.
So if the moon is on its high divergence, north of the ecliptic plane, it's never going to be able to create an eclipse. It's not possible, especially because the globe earthers have really painted themselves into a corner where, you have the umbra penumbra thing going on where the sun, the sun's rays create sort of a stylish point where the moon has to transit that one single point. There's no leeway. It has to be right there.
Whoa, say what now, John? No, there is leeway. We got leeway. See, all these eclipses, not at all the same latitude, yes? Why? Because we got leeway.
And so on this diagram, we're looking at it from sort of like a orthogonal view, a profile view. So we're sitting in the ecliptic plane looking at the system, but it also goes from like a top-down view. So this one here, we're looking at the North Pole from above. Same diagram actually works. And you have this same effect where the moon has to be at this specific point.
Nope, no way. We got leeway that way too, John. But the effect of that is that the eclipse happens at a different time.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And so long and short, here's the problem. According to the Ball Earth model, the only time that a solar eclipse could ever occur is exactly at high noon. And that's a pretty bold statement, but if you look at this diagram here, sort of the 24-hour clock overlaid above the Earth, the only time that the moon is going to transit this point is when the sun is at the highest point in the sky, when it's high noon, according to the little observers here on Earth. And unfortunately for the ball, that isn't the case. Solar eclipses happen at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., sometimes in the evening, sometimes at noon. But the fact that they don't always only ever happen at noon is a big, big problem for the globe.
Well, that was a lot of problems for the globe you have there, John, but it's a pity. It's not at all true. So, John, have a look at the eclipse map for 2021 to 2040. Why does every eclipse have an asterisk? Why is every asterisk roughly in the middle of the path? Okay, the asterisk is the GP of the noon position. This is the GP of totality, which is directly overhead. Notice how almost every eclipse has one. And notice how many paths just end in the middle of apparently nowhere. When it ends, that is the eclipse being visible at dusk or dawn, because you're not going to see it at night, are you, John?
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. Another thing, back up to this first diagram, is the solar eclipses could only ever occur within the tropical areas because, well, again, although they say that the moon transits from tropic to tropic, it would have to be aligned to the ecliptic plane to achieve the conditions necessary for an eclipse.
So it's aligned, or roughly aligned, such that the shadow from the moon hits the surface of the Earth somewhere on the Earth. The shadow does sometimes land on either pole. How about that?
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And depending on the season, you might have it northern summer, so the ecliptic plane's aligned with the Tropic of Cancer, or maybe it's southern summer, the ecliptic plane's aligned to the Tropic of Capricorn, or anything in between. So here's the big problem, though. The next big problem: eclipses occur just all over the place. This is just 1980 through 1999 eclipse signatures. I think the red ones are annular and the blue ones are total, but it's the same conditions are necessary. So again, it would have to be dead on balls at high noon, dead on balls the ecliptic plane. And what you can see here is like this eclipse signature, this is a total, it transits the literal Antarctic. So does this one here. Same thing happens in the north where you have, again, here's about your tropics around 30-ish. Really, eclipse signatures should be confined to the tropics.
Nope. Look at it this way. The shadow of the moon can be cast anywhere on the globe by simply varying the degree of misalignment, just by a smidge, up or down, which is exactly what happens. You can see that by where all the signatures fall. But also, why the tropics? That's the extent of the GP of the sun, not the moon. You guys really don't understand this much at all, do you? Let me ask you, what's the furthest north or south that the GP of the moon can be? The answer is sometimes 28.5 degrees and sometimes 18.5 degrees. Okay, hear that pop?
And I just totally brain farted.
That was some fatty's brain cells just exploding. So why is it not even consistent, like the sun is always 23.4 degrees north and south? There's a thing called the precession of the lunar inclination plane that takes 18 and a bit years to go through its cycle. So at the maximum, the lunar inclination of 5 degrees adds to the Earth inclination of 23.4, giving it 28.5. 9 and a bit years later, those 5 degrees subtract from the 23.4, giving it 18.5 degrees. How about that?
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And yet we see them all over the place, definitely not just at noon. And so what my point here is that the solar eclipses and their signatures just absolutely demolish the ball Earth theory. Again, because they don't happen just only at noon. They don't happen just only in the tropical areas.
Strawman alert. That is your conjecture you're debunking. The real world knows eclipses happen all over the globe. Just have a look where they were from the year 1000 to the year 2000.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And if you look into these, it's really, really interesting, man, because if you start to sort of humor these eclipse signatures in a flat Earth model, it really makes you wonder, God, what the hell are the sun and the moon, man?
When you see how the signatures at the North Pole and the South Pole are both stretched due to the scaling from the projection, makes you wonder, what are you thinking that the flat world is, man? How can this work, man?
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. I mean, there's a big mystery up there, but I think when we really dig deep and start studying the eclipses, it's going to yield a lot of answers.
Yeah, you lot have all the questions and we have all the answers. But I do have just one question for you. Why are you still flatting?
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. Now, another big, huge problem with the ball Earth theory and eclipses is the shadow of the moon.
Oh, I have a feeling this is going to be hilariously funny. Go on, John. Misunderstand away.
So during eclipses, the shadow of the moon, when it hits the Earth here, it's usually like 50 or 100 miles in diameter. On record, there's been about 3 or 4 in history that we've been keeping track of, where the shadow of the moon, the totality, is like 2 miles in diameter.
Infinitely smaller, John. Infinitely smaller.
So that's the direct shadow of the moon, 2 miles in diameter. Okay, now you're talking about an object that is allegedly 2,000 miles in diameter, some 250,000 miles away, with a light source, 100 million miles away, casting a shadow that's 2 miles in diameter. This is tantamount to holding up a basketball in front of a light source and having the basketball cast a shadow that's like a 1/4 inch in diameter. It's frankly, it's ridiculous. It's absurd.
And not only that, when you flip it over, John, if when you look at the moon's shadow across the Earth versus the Earth's shadow across the moon, they're not even remotely close. There should be basically a 4-to-1 difference in the ratio. They're not even close, not even in the same ballpark.
Well, that's a nice lead into my final video, John. I'll put a pin in that comment for later. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, and that's begging the question that it is the Earth's shadow hitting the moon. And of course, that's the assumption.
Well, in the heliocentric model.
Right. We have to go with that assumption, humoring the heliocentric model. And, you know, I get a lot of flack from ball earthers.
I wonder why you get so much flack. Maybe it's because you're saying so many dumb things. Yes, it's definitely that. But I digress.
For really scrutinizing and debunking the heliocentric model using observations like eclipses and such. The thing is, you know, with science, and I'm not going to call any of these experiments, but I will say that it is in the vein of the scientific inquiry. They'll all tell you, and they'll make fun of you if you don't know this, but science will never prove a positive. You know, science can only ever disprove things. You can only prove a negative. And so what better way to apply our inquiry than to skeptically scrutinize and try to debunk the globe Earth model? Because here's the thing, if it's true,
which is true,
then you can never debunk it, right? I mean, the truth cannot be debunked. There's no contradictions if something's true.
And you are yet to debunk it. So far, all you have done is fail.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And
Right.
yet, contrarily, if something is false, if it's a fallacy, then you're necessarily going to find discrepancies and problems with it. And so, you know, to the people that say, oh, you're not allowed, and I've had this said to me, you're not allowed to debunk the globe Earth anymore, just go on proving flat Earth.
You really should do some proving of flat Earth. So far, debunking globe Earth has just been a massive fail for you.
Right. You know, yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. If we show time and time again that the Earth isn't a spinning ball and the observations that we have of things like eclipses don't work in your model.
But they do.
I mean, how can they go around saying that they have a working model when...
Because globe Earth is the only working model.
You know, again, the moon's shadow being 2 miles in diameter, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say...
Are you sure you want to go out on that limb, John, when Where's Wally is right behind you?
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. That is indicative, unless there's some really weird lensing effects going on that, you know, we're not aware of. And this would be more pertinent to a flat Earth discussion.
Or geometry that you are not aware of, you know, triangles and such.
The moon is relatively small and local. Now, I've heard estimates using trigonometry and such that the sun and moon are, you know, 3,000 to 4,000 miles in altitude, some 30 miles in diameter, and that may be the case.
It's definitely not the case.
I just have trouble adhering to a 30-mile diameter object casting a shadow that's only 2 miles in diameter.
What's the bet he doesn't get this right?
I would say that the smallest the shadow's ever been of the moon during an eclipse is probably your best indicator of the actual size, angular size of the moon.
So what about 50 miles?
Thanks, Bob, but that is 50 miles too much.
Well, perhaps the moon's as little as 2 miles in diameter. Because again, there have been eclipses where the shadow of the moon, the totality, was just 2.
2 miles? What about the smaller ones? There have been smaller ones, infinitely smaller.
Miles.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah. Wow. Because the one in August of 2017 was 70 miles, right?
Yeah, that's what it normally is. And again, it's not.
I thought the size of the sun, the moon was the size of your thumb, because when you put your thumb up, you can block the moon.
The norm that proves anything here, it's the extremes.
Totally.
And so far, you have failed to correctly identify the limits.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd, right? And when you get to something extremely small as 2 miles in diameter, and I could find the dates. I probably should have pulled those up, but you can find a lot of real good information on the Facebook page. It's called the $5,000 NASA Eclipse Challenge that my friend put together.
Yes.
But those 3 dates are in there where it leaves you scratching your head like, wow, how small and how local is the moon?
With a minimum size of 0, how small must the moon be, John? So let's take this a whole next step further, shall we? See this eclipse on the 14th of November 2031. See how it's red and then blue and then red again? Are you thinking that Fred Espenek couldn't decide what colour to use, or is this a hybrid eclipse? It has both annular and total eclipse elements to it. Very cool. The distance to the point where the penumbra disappears is around 108 times the distance of the blocking object. I'll get to that a little bit later. To create a hybrid eclipse, the distance from the moon to the shadow where it hits the ground has to be both greater than 108 times to make an annual eclipse and less than 108 times to make a total eclipse. Interesting. Now, as the moon is travelling at 90 degrees to the line between the sun and the earth, how are the distances to the shadow at the sunrise and the sunset greater than at noon? Here's how. The difference is r, the radius of the Earth. Do you get what's happening there, guys? I reckon that's my 3 Bitcoin right there, don't you? I'll tell you what, I'll split it with anyone who's prepared to go and collect it from Dearth.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And of course, you know, the angular size of the moon can be changed according to our observation point, you know, based on atmospheric lensing and things like that. But shadows, man, I have a hard time resolving that because when you're dealing with a single light source like the sun and a single obstructing object like the moon, I hate to say, but shadows are very predictable.
Very predictable, John. But before you go trying, you need to realise that the sun is not a point source of light. It's actually larger than the moon. That changes everything.
Whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. Shadows only ever are at least as wide in terms of angular size as the obstructing object. When you're dealing with a single light source and a single obstructing object, you can't demonstrate in reality a situation where that shadow gets smaller and smaller. Well, the thing is, when you start to remove that sheet of paper, which is the Earth in our analogy, further and further away from the obstructing object, at best, it's going to stay the same angular size as the obstructing object. And at worst, it's going to continue increasing in apparent angular size. That's just how light and shadows work.
That is all true for a light source that is smaller than the obstructing object, but we have a moon which is smaller than the sun, which means the sun's diameter is larger than the moon, which means the moon is a smaller blocking object. Here, let me show you how this works. I did this very scientifically. So here is the Penumbulator 2020. This is the ultimate in Umbra Penumbra experimentationalisms. It has 4 discs to cast a shadow. So let's go and measure these discs exactly so we know what the diameter is that we're working with. These lids are from my mint jelly jars, so they're all exactly the same size of 66 point... Oh, yikes! So now the 66.7mm discs are 18, 54, 126 and 270 centimetres respectively. Now for those playing at home, that is the doubling of the distance between each disc each time. Okay, so I just stood the thing up in the sun and I lined it all up on the little Skywatcher mount and I pointed it directly at the sun. So anyway, okay to the data measuring. I just love the way Mr. Sensible did this, so I did exactly the same thing. I too just used the flood fill tool to make a defined edge at a constant level of black-white. It was good to discriminate using that. So looking at the SCN 5259, I rotated the image a little bit to square it up, and then I cropped off some of the rubbish, and then I did a flood fill of the white paper. Then I filled all the umbras as well, and I recorded the pixel diameters for both the inner and the outer annulus. Then I subtracted them to get the annulus size in pixels. So once I had the inner and the outer diameters, I popped these into a spreadsheet, converted them to millimeters, and plotted that on a graph. Now you see here the orange line is at the 66.7 blocking object diameter, and notice how the penumbra and the umbra both diverge away from 66.7. That's exactly what we'd expect to see. Now let's have a look at some maths. The maths shows us that the umbra will only extend to around 107, 108 times the blocking object diameter when the light source is the sun. It has to be bigger than the blocking object for this to work.
Whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And the fact that eclipses just completely don't jive with the ball Earth theory is just another one of these...
Straw man? Well, that's what you're making here, John.
Huge things for flat earthers. You know, people out there, friends, family members, laymen's on the street, you know, they like to make fun of flat earthers because, you know, we're science denying morons and we don't understand physics.
Yep, that's it. Well, not because you don't understand, but because you claim you do understand while showing that you don't understand. Do you understand?
But the thing is, you know, I've been preaching this for years, but the opposite of that is true. Flat earthers are some of the smartest, you know, most intelligent, diligent.
Stop, John. Diligent? Really? You lot do not research despite preaching, do your own research. So tell me, if you have done the research, why am I having to correct you with just simple facts from Wikipedia, the lowest level of research? I did not even need to do a deep dive on this one, John.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. And just good people that you'll ever meet. And sort of as a rule, people that cling to the ball Earth are just terrible to deal with, man. I mean, it's really tough to deal with somebody that refuses to humor an argument.
You mean wants to do peer review?
Because they feel that it is beyond the capacity for reality to hold. And, you know, science, if anything, is to test theories. It's to test hypotheses and try to disprove the reigning theories, because...
Exactly your theory right now. As soon as you publish, it's open for peer review. Flat Earth does not want to be peer review. They do not want to do peer review. So few flatties watch Globe Earth videos, as Ranty correctly pointed out.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. You'll only ever get closer to the truth by trying to disprove something.
Okay, here, get close to the truth. Sure. Here's a video that shows the ISS from the ground. This gem came from my good mate Astronomy Live. Link is in the description as always. So tell me, John, how is it that the ISS is being faked? We see it with a telescope.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. Either you will find that it is wrong and science has been wrong about all sorts of things, or you will find just how right it is and you'll find lots of points to corroborate it. And if you actually give, you know, the topic of flat Earth a fair shake and you skeptically scrutinize the globe,
it turns out all evidence is for the globe.
You'll find time and time again that flat Earth kicks the globe's ass. I mean, it really does, hands down. I mean,
Oh, okay. You mean in shooting in one's own foot department?
There's no other explanation for so many observable facts of nature other than the Earth is flat.
I would like to see one, just one, that can only be explained correctly by the flat Earth model.
Now,
Yeah, just
again,
one of
finally, when you start to sort of analyze eclipses in a flat Earth model, it really makes you wonder what the hell are the sun
What
and
flat
moon?
Earth model?
Makes me wonder what the hell is the flat Earth model.
I'm convinced that neither the sun nor the moon are physical spherical objects flying around in space.
So you're convinced wrong then. Got it.
I mean, I reserve that possibility, but I've really sort of resigned myself to the understanding that the sun and moon are more or less like electromagnetic anomalies.
Anomalies, just like the millions and millions of other anomalies we see in these deep field telescope images.
Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, that's absurd. Probably or likely with their source of power being the Earth itself.
Well, anomalous to our science only. I mean, obviously, whatever technology they're using, it's far beyond anything we have.
Okay, Bob, thanks. I think technology. Next you will be saying the sun is solar powered or something.
Yeah, that is nuts.
Yeah, the sun's solar powered.
Well, absolutely, and I guess I use that term loosely in terms of anomaly. I guess what I mean is we here on the physical plane of reality,
the surface of the Earth is what we call it, John.
There are very specific physical rules that physical objects must follow, must adhere to. But when it comes to the sun and the moon and the celestial lights,
that's a submarine
they exist
plane
in a completely different plane.
That's a whole lot of magical thinking, John. The moon is just a huge ass rock.
You cold wall?
No, not now, Hugh.
Oh.
They exist in the astronomical plane or the celestial plane, which, as far as I can tell, is very much non-physical. It doesn't appear that they have to adhere to laws of time and physical laws as we are bound to here in reality.
Word salad much?
And once we can understand, or the more that we understand, we really know nothing, especially in the mainstream veins of science, the better off we are and the better place we are starting off the true quest for truth. And maybe
I agree.
one day,
Flat
hopefully
earthers
within our
know nothing in
lifetime,
mainstream
truth.
So be ignorant, and then we can brainwash you into the way we think. Yeah.
Frontier, which is all directions away.
Reject all of science.
Yeah.
From the center of our little realm, our little map, with the north in the center and south being all directions away from the center, and the frontier basically everywhere. And yet we've been completely snowed and misled to believe that we live on a ball with no escape, which is just so much the opposite of the truth. So there you go. Eclipses. Done.
Okay, cool.
Hey, that's what I was going to say. Thanks, Bob.
Excellent. Well, that's very informative, John. And you're right. I never really thought about, I'm going to have to think about, that they should really only be taking place in between the tropics, but that does seem to make sense.
Come on, Bob. Aren't you an engineer?
That's because you're an idiot,
That's interesting. Anybody else on the panel have comments about this?
Oh, man.
Anybody? Hello, somebody. Don't leave John swinging in the breeze like that.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. All right, cool. Well, they were scrambling, with the 2017 eclipse, because first they had problems with the speed, and then it was going the wrong direction.
Who had problems? You mean you lot?
And they had all these anomalies, and I don't know if those ever got really worked out. Jaron, did anybody ever come up with an explanation for those anomalies for that eclipse that you heard that was satisfactory?
No. Well,
so 2017 west to east.
I don't think it was going the wrong direction, though.
Oh, a smart person. And that was a sick Bob burn, that one.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, I modeled it and it seemed to be going the right direction to me, but
your model is totally backwards. So that's exactly what the Globe Earth predicted the flat Earth would say.
Curious Jay has said that I'm wrong and he wanted to set up some experiment to show that. It just hasn't come around yet. But when I did it on my little iPad at the time, which I got the speed of the Earth going the right way, and then recorded it and slow motioned it, then it was correct. That's what I showed.
Jaron for the win. Good to see you got that one right, buddy.
And so we're talking about in terms of a ball Earth, right? So we're still humoring the ball Earth here. I agree. I think that it is entirely possible. So I don't think the west to east signature of the eclipse, I don't think that's a ball buster.
Oh, John, that's no fun if you agree with Globe Earth.
I think that's totally doable on the ball. I mean, not saying the Earth's ball. I just don't think that's not a battle that I would pick because it seems like it's doable to me as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
When when Chris Van Maitre came out here and we're sitting there looking at that black sun, or that secondary sun, that Wolfie said was, because we didn't know how to operate the telescope, that really blew my mind because, again...
Yeah, reflections are polarized. And Bob, you forgot that Wolfie showed not just 2 suns, but 3. He always has to go one better than you, doesn't he, Bob?
That would never happen, not in a million years. And it was polarized, and it could be taken out by shifting polarity. So, I mean, we have all these little pieces of evidence. We just need to put them together in the correct way. And I honestly believe that what actually causes the eclipses is some sort of other black body.
A body, or, hear me out here, Bob, a blocking object that we call the moon.
That is interfering either with the projection source, which some people are saying coming up from the North Pole and then being somehow routed around, optically by the firmament. Well, to a few other things. But I think that there's more evidence for that than there is for what, how the mainstream describes eclipses. The heliocentric model does not predict eclipses, period. Eclipses have always been predicted by the Saros cycle and basically off of a flat type of projection.
Saros cycle.
Well, yes, the cycles have been known for a long time, but the predictive power of the globe Earth model has really been honed and refined since the late 60s, early 70s. Why? Because laser ranging to the moon has very accurately measured the distance and angles to the moon. Oh, and that ranging is made possible because of the retro reflectors left there on the frickin' moon by NASA and the Soviets. Yeah, and Wally has one of them too. Cool, hey? Notice how the lens of the iPhone is always dead center.
Yeah, that is nuts. So,
well, they've been predicted by observation, right? I mean, that's how they're always predicted. And, if you apply the same sort of, it's like a stylus, right? You have the alignment between the sun, Earth, and moon. For the lunar eclipses, you run into similar problems. And, I lost my train of thought onto something that you had just mentioned I was going to comment on, and I just totally brain farted. But, shit, I'll probably think of it in a second.
It'll come back.
I made a video about that.
Yes, you did, and it's a great video.
Does not predict eclipses because it's true. I went and show their website because they have NASA doesn't even take responsibility for the information for the eclipse. They tell you it's all gotten from some guy called Mr. Eclipse. It's Fred Espenak or whatever his name is. And then you go there, and then if you look down in the fine print of the website, how they predict their eclipses is it's all based off of what Bob just said, the Saros cycle and ancient, canons, which is basically observations that are written down in texts over time.
That's exactly right. The heliocentric model has no predictive capability in as far as eclipses whatsoever. NASA doesn't predict eclipses ever. So yeah, and they never have.
We had it was called the Super Wolf Blood Moon Eclipse or something. I did a video on it, but I sat there and watched the whole thing, and it was so bizarre because the shadow of, well, we'll say the Earth because we're talking about the ball Earth model. The shadow approached the moon coming up and to the left. So it it hit the southeast corner of the moon first, and then made its way up and to the left until it hit totality. And according to the ball Earth theory, you would expect it to continue in that direction, right? And so that the shadow would continue up and to the left until the moon was lit halfway, light on the bottom right, and then continues up to the left. No, that's not what happened. It went up to the left, went in totality, and then went back down into the right. I'm like, okay, that doesn't work on a ball. And I think that somebody much better with modeling things on a flat Earth could really glean some interesting information. It's a little above my head, but it was wow. I couldn't believe it. How could astronomy study eclipses for all of history and still think we live on a ball, right? I don't know. Crazy.
Yeah, that is nuts.
Oh, and now here is the kill shot. Let's have a look at Andrew's work here. He set the telescope tracker to track the shadow. This makes it really easy for even the flattest of flat earthers to see with their own eyes just what's going on, because they all trust their senses, don't they? A massive Earth-shaped shadow in the sky. And finally, not only is the moon able to be eclipsed, have you seen the eclipsing geostationary satellites that Wolfie and I have been doing observations for this last equinox and the one before?
Yeah, that's cool, that.
And these eclipses also require a particular alignment. These geostationary satellites are always in sunlight except for a few weeks either side of the equinox, when the Earth's shadow at midnight is straight above the equator, which is where the geostationary satellites are in orbit. So enjoy this while we see them blink out and blink back again. And finally, for my final kill shot, here is a solar eclipse from the ISS. Oh boy, well, that has been a massive effort. Sorry, it did get rather long, but it was so much fun slapping the Morgile around a little bit. And of course, thanks Bob. Hope you enjoyed it, guys. Bye.
It's always fun slapping the Morgile around.
Oh, he's such an idiot.
So freaking certain. And just for fun, here's my avatar updated to the Discover capturing the moon passing the Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, right. What did I miss?
Nothing.
Um,
whole bunch of nothing.
Looks like I'm probably going to be buying another car.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Well,
Yeah,
they
the
can't
garage
fit.
just phoned.
They can't.
No,
fit.
they finally got round to putting the new injectors in that've been set out since last Wednesday, and it barely runs at all.
Well, it runs worse now when they put new injectors in.
Correct. So after a little bit of chit chat, tomorrow morning he's going to get the lads to take the new injectors out, put them back in their boxes. Fortunately, they didn't throw the boxes away, and do a compression test. I think the engine has launched itself, and if that's the case, I'm just going to get another car.
Yeah.
It ain't worth it. And 850 quid gets you 4 injectors for a Mondeo. So they're going to be going on eBay because they've not really been used.
They were tested. They were tested.
What, the injectors?
Yeah, they were tested on your
They
car.
were put in an engine and tested and then taken back out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my old injectors, when he tested them last week, he sort of said, 3 of them, we couldn't even get any fuel out of it. Oh, fucked. So, yeah, that's why I just disappeared from. I got the phone call from the garage, and then I had a phone call with, how should we put this, my financial advisors. Yeah, so.
The wife.
But the
good God, no, been divorced for 5 years.
So the compression test will actually confirm it 100%.
Yes, because the easiest way is to take the injectors out and then do the compression test through.
Yeah, while they've got them out. Yeah,
that's it. And he said, "Oh, we didn't throw the boxes away." I said, "Good, because I shall have 4 brand new injectors in the boxes, and I can put them up for sale on bloody eBay." You know.
Yeah.
Bollocks.
And they wouldn't even be dirty.
No, I wouldn't mind, but you know, what with that and the timing chain and replacing the pipe and everything else, I've probably spent nigh on $2,000 for nothing.
Yeah, and that would have bought you a good second-hand car that for that amount.
Yeah, well, just hey ho. So I still haven't watched the last half of Wally's video.
Well, I'm not replaying it.
Just more of the same.
Yeah, it's just
like I said, could have summed that video up in 4 words. It's Morgile, he's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, really all you need to know. Did he beg for money?
No.
Not that we saw, no.
No.
Oh, that makes a change.
Well, I mean, he probably did, but, Wally didn't include that section.
Okay.
I don't know what they're trying to accomplish with the moon eclipses or anything. I don't know where their argument is. It's just.
I don't know, because the eclipses are a kryptonite to flat earthers, really.
Yeah. They're trying to prove that there is a problem with the heliocentric model by misunderstanding the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a given. That's a given.
Yeah. And
what they don't
I
understand.
think everybody should realize that they just don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, what they don't understand.
But they do it with great assurance.
Yeah. And the more they get it wrong, the more it makes them look. A carburetor on a diesel.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Are you going to get another diesel?
I'm hoping to get another Mondeo Estate.
Okay.
Because that's what I got. It's a Mondeo Estate 2-litre diesel. The TDCI, the 130 horsepower model. I think the slightly newer ones have got a slightly stronger engine.
Sorry to interrupt the car talk, but Wally says got to watch at the 14-minute mark. Not sure what he's referring to.
Oh, okay.
Got to watch it at
That's
the
probably
14 minute.
It's probably halfway through on it.
Do we have to go back to the 14-minute mark? Dear.
Wally, what are you talking about? What's at the 14-minute mark?
I don't know. I'll throw it back up for a minute. Which one was it?
If you closed it, hit Control Shift T.
Oh, no, I've already got it.
Okay.
14 minutes. What, exactly 14 minutes?
The hybrid eclipse are proof.
That's the 14-minute mark.
Which is cool. But he's just posted what he was talking about.
Yeah.
He says, no, don't go back.
Don't go back.
all right, geez.
I was gonna say that sounds a bit more like
He's seen it six times today.
Yeah.
Yeah, please don't keep showing me my stuff, please.
You've already seen it 3 times. No, that's 4 times. No, 6 times. Oh,
6
dear.
times. Oh, come on, Jose. We know he's not right. He's just confident.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he never begs for money. No.
No.
Is Jose showing a video his show tonight?
I don't know.
Oh God, guys, I got to get up early in the morning, and it's already 1:45, so I'm going to pull the plug.
Yeah.
But it's been lovely as usual.
Yes, no, it's been good.
Yeah.
Apart from that bit of torture with, I don't know, everything to do with Flat Earth and Lindsay.
You're going to go and listen to a bit of Wham, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely not.
Not.
Yeah, no. Although, I don't know, I'll listen to something. Anyway, guys, it's
All
been
right.
good.
Yeah, we're
I will
finishing up
catch you
here
all
anyway.
another
so
time.
We're winding down.
Oh, sorry if I'm starting the rush for the exit.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Anyway, night peanuts. Been a pleasure.
Night, Monk.
Yep.
Don't be a stranger.
See you guys. Oh, I'm always strange. You know that. Catch you another time.
Later.
Yeah. See you later.
Oh, that's one down. Well, that's the rest of us going to be going now. I'll just say me goodbyes out to the peanuts.
Yep.
You can say whatever you want now, within reason. I bought a new radiator today for the Statesman.
All right.
170 something it was. 170. You might as well say 170. It's so thin in comparison to what I'm used to for the wagon. Like the thinness of the radiator. It's only it's only about 30 or 40 mil wide. Something like that. In comparison to the wagon, it's a lot wider.
Gotcha.
I don't know how they can make them so narrow. Bloody tracking thing for this bloody COVID stuff when you go into the shop. Went into Repco. They said, oh, you can't come in unless you got your passport thing or whatever you call it off your app, off your phone or a piece of paper or something. And I said, no, I haven't got that yet. I've only had one. The one, I'm still waiting for the second one. But they still served me at the front counter. I wasn't allowed to go through the shop. And so they got me the radiator at the front counter and some coolant. Off I went, and they only had one left. So I said, I'll go to Super Cheap. They'll have some more in stock of the coolant. Went to Super Cheap. No, you can't come in at all without any identification of your certificates or nothing. Oh, you bugger. So the missus went in for me. She's got all that stuff.
Oh, right.
So she walked in the shop, went looked for the right coolant, come back out. Geez, we've been going for a while tonight. What happened? No, it's not it's not supercharged. It's just the base model Statesman. The base models. It's got all the like the cruise control and all that, and the 6-stack, the stacker CD player, and it hasn't got the leather seats or overhead gizmos that some of the Statesmans have. Send the missus in for wiper fluid. No, I think she knows those jokes. Okay, that's that done. Oh, well, thanks panel. Thanks Otto von Geruck.
Gericke.
Yeah, that'll do. Whatever.
That's him.
Yeah, that's him. Thanks, Farmer's Boy. Thanks,
No
Riley's
worries.
Nemesis. And you can see Blue's erection there with these balls. So it's got a new home.
Double entendre. She can't beat him.
Oh no, car talk. That has been a while. Oh, thanks, Dora, John, Stewie, Death, here 9 o'clock hero, Generism, John Rep, H. Jasper E, Jose, who else? Wally, who else we got? Gotta scroll up. I say Death. Oh, there's Monk out there. I think everyone was there earlier. Judy Bassett, Fakti, Zeblon. Research Flat Moon, aka Bob. Who else? Still scrolling up. Oh, Dart. Oh, Professor Phil was there earlier. Scott Bennett. No Name was there earlier too.
Oh yes, No Name was around. Yeah.
Yeah, No Name was around. Stevie B. And yeah, Dart. I already said Dart. No, that's all I can go. Did Jose respond about was he doing a show tonight or not? Just scroll back up.
I don't know, to be honest.
Where's the beef? No, I don't think he did. No. There's no response. Alright then, night panel. Night peanuts. We'll see you
Night peanuts.
next time.